Hey, Dan. That's funny that I could hear me go. Sweet.
So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone joining us for what is the second VirtuaCon virtual conference. Thank you for taking time to join us today. I appreciate today in the UK it is now evening, but in due course we are aligning better with our friends over in the US. I hope everyone's doing well. Please let me know in the chat where you all are hailing from. And let's go on the road. So today we have got 8. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We are going to be having the event kicked off with Dan Leibson, a local SEO guide. Then rolling into Martin Splitt from Google, John Morabito from Stella Rising. Then in a slight change to the schedule, Callum from SALT.agency, Jenny Halasz from JLH, Scott Mathson of Netlify, and then closing up with Aboul-Magd of Akamai and Niki Mosier of 2 Octobers. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. He spoke at the first VirtuaCon as well, but I got him up very early for that, so it's only fair that he gets to speak in a more civilized time for him. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dan Leibson.
Hey everyone, how are you doing this morning, afternoon, and evening?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? How are you doing, sir?
Oh, good. It's nice. It's at 10 a.m. now instead of doing audio checks at 6 in the morning. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why it's good to have you, like I said, at a more amenable time.
Awesome.
Awesome. Great. I'll hand over to you, Dan.
Cool. Thanks for having me, Dan. It's always no good when Dans get together, no good in the best way. So I'm here to talk to everybody about automation and particularly building an automation stack from zero to hero within your organization. Just before we get into it, I've been in search for 12 plus years. I generally buy people beers when I see them at conferences. One day that will happen again, but just like drink something wherever you are for me right now. This is my oldest kiddo, Harper. This is my youngest kiddo, Ari. These are some of our the clients we work with, just so that y'all will listen to me. I think that these slides are done, but you know, got to build that gravitas. So some important stuff for getting into our talk today. We're going to be talking about automation, but I want you to know that, like, particularly, I am not a developer. That is like not my background at all. I have a degree in political science, so I'm like a liberal arts person. You know, weird path into SEO. Worked in product for a while, and so have both product experience and business unit side experience. And so that's how I'm approaching automation for our organization from the organizational level. And I think it's a really important thing to talk about as SEO agencies start to incorporate more and more programmatic practices into their businesses. Another important thing is we open sourced a couple of pieces of our automation software that we were doing when we were kind of building out the process internally, including an automated knowledge panel and GMB image change detector and a way to automate Lighthouse performance reporting and visualize it into GDS. These are relevant because I got a lot of feedback from releasing these and open sourcing them from people saying that they needed to solve problems like this and how did I do it? And so, you know, these are much more like organizational and systemic kind of problems to solve than they are learning JavaScript or Python or particular tools in the toolbox, which we'll talk about in a second. Speaking of tools to kind of understand how we're approaching this subject matter from, for me, the lean startup and build, measure, learn feedback loops are a critical kind of component of the way that we do SEO and operate our organization as a whole, right? Like I had mentioned, I have product management experience. And so the view I have of SEO as an offering is through the product side. And so that's really important when it comes to things like automation, because now you're talking about dovetailing kind of like a software development cycle with a type of method designed to be able to rapidly iterate on software development, right? And so I'm going to be talking about things like iterative development and feedback loops as we go through this. I would highly recommend getting the Lean Startup and reading it if you have never had any experience with it. It's just like a great idea, a great kind of tool for managing SEO. Other things I'm going to talk about that are not as core, Python, JavaScript, BigQuery, PostgreSQL, and Docker. These aren't as important because honestly, you can do any of the things I'm talking about with like wholly other tools in your stack, right? Like, and I'll get into why we use some of these things, but there's no reason to be tied to Python or JavaScript versus PHP or R, other than like some people like how the languages work or find them easier to use, right? But if you have a skill set in one, use what you have a skill set in. And these are kind of core pieces of our automation stack. And the last kind of through line before I get into it is that SEOs are turning into dev lights, or like being light, or what I would call shitty developers, is a bug, not a feature of the system, right? It's about resource allocation within agencies and the need to be able to do larger, more scaled research and automate data munging and loading and transforming data in a way that their organizations aren't supporting them. And so they have to do it themselves. Okay, so in order to get automation going in this kind of systemic process, you really have to battle the world, right? And honestly, it was about a quarter's worth of battling for me to get everybody in our organization bought into the process. I consider myself a suit, so the first person that I would go after in this is, of course, another suit, our CEO, Andrew Shotlin, right? And so the first thing to do, get another core stakeholder on our side for me, was to work on building infrastructure. This is the opposite of the way a lot of people talk about automation in SEO, where they're talking about automating a particular solution in order to solve a specific problem, right? Like, oh, we need to get and aggregate Google Search Console data out of the API, so we need to build a method of being able to like download database and visualize that, right? It's about a solution to a problem. But I wanted to focus it on infrastructure because infrastructure allows you to take the technology you have and to deploy it in a lot of different arenas. And you'll see how that kind of benefited us in development. So the first thing we did to build infrastructure was we built a Node.js Puppeteer infrastructure. Node.js is JavaScript's web server. Puppeteer is part of the infrastructure for Evergreen Chrome. Tons of use cases in our business, easy to scale and easy to develop and rapidly develop and iterate on. We hired an entry-level JavaScript developer who is able to crush everything about Node.js and Puppeteer, and like probably somebody I would consider one of the top JavaScript SEOs in the space. Shout out Sam Caphart, nobody knows his name. So this is critical for us because it let us do multiple things. Just as an example of, so I'll get into some of the examples of these things later, but why the being able to do multiple pieces of automation is important for getting CEO buy-in is they see a business opportunity in it, right? And so almost all of these things that I'm going to talk about in here have developed into business opportunities for Local SEO Guide, either through the ability to sell like fancier services or the ability to sell automation services. Just as an example, not only is it about building solutions that can kind of create a better business, it's about empowering people in the team in order to be able to like do their jobs better. So here is Andrew last Saturday, who needed to create an engram out of a data set from Google Search Console for a Fortune 500 company we were working with. After doing this, he told me that he was really appreciative of our work on automation because I saved him 5 hours of work on a Saturday. If you want to know more about creating ngram scripts, there's a link in my deck right here to the NLTK library. It lets you process ngrams, pull out stop words. It just lets you make a really efficient ngram script that allows processing of data and basic natural language processing. I would show you what the output of this looked like, but it contains tons of proprietary information. Cool. CEO on my side, or instead of Dan versus the CEO, Dan and the CEO versus the world, right? Suits united. Okay, so again, organizational buy-in, creating automation throughout the entire organization. Next, we go to the project manager. Really critical in terms of adoption and implementation of automation infrastructure. Project manager is a unique role that is different than the rest of the constituency in your organization, right? You need to stop, listen to their kind of feedback and figure out how to make solutions that are beneficial to them. So an example of where a project manager has a different set of expectations than a regular SEO is they're accountable for hours, right? This is where things like a base level, like automating rote tasks becomes incredibly important for developing like a strong automation process in your organization. And so like pre-COVID, Google, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Google My Business, but there's a feature of Google My Business called Posts. Pre-COVID-19, chains, brands were not allowed to do posts on Google My Business via the API. So there was no way to automatically scale Google My Business posts. And so we used our Puppeteer Node.js infrastructure to build a headless browsing solution to do automated posting at scale on Google My Business. And so this is an example of our Slack bot Jarvis running through and creating 5,500 posts for a large national brand a couple of weekends ago using our automation stack, our Node.js Puppeteer automation stack in a way that was kind of separate than we had envisioned, but in a way that saved literally dozens and dozens and dozens of labor hours, right? So, but again, infrastructure. So this is a Node.js Puppeteer piece of infrastructure that can do headless browsing and posting into a Google product, Google My Business Posts. We have another client where we have to do posting we have to do content creation and posting into their, like a platform that they use for their content management system. There's no ability to post at scale. So we have tons of labor hours every month posting in this terrible content management system that is laggy and buggy and takes functionally about 50 hours of time to post hundreds of pages of content. So we took our Node.js Puppeteer piece of infrastructure that can do headless browsing, manipulate a browser and engage in posting, and deployed it to this client's content management system, their third-party content management system. So before, if you look at the highlighted red, a task was taking about 100 hours, same exact task next month, about 58 hours, saved approximately 50 hours just through repurposing an existing piece of automation to a new platform and freeing up tons of hours so that people can engage in more fulfilling, more important work. Remember, project manager, again, responsible to hours. So now you're talking about saving another core constituent tons and tons of time in their jobs, right? And so now you have somebody who, instead of being opposed to automation, into automation solutions, right? Org leadership now aligned, solid business opportunities, good infrastructure investment, ability to pivot into new solutions, good rapid iterative development. Now is the biggest challenge in getting buy-in from your team. And it's not exactly who you would think it is. And that's the technical SEO. Right. And this is a good reminder of what I was talking about before, that that SEOs have to turn into dev lights is a bug, not a feature. Right. And so essentially, you have technical SEOs that feel like it's their job in order to learn the ability to do scripting in order to solve complicated SEO challenges. SEOs are analysts, right, and problem solvers, not script developers. And so the ability to the need for SEOs to do scripting, again, is a problem. The only way that you can break through this IMHO is through overwhelming force, right? All of the people out there like Hamlet Batista, shame Hamlet Batista, have made people feel so driven to do coding that the only way that you can win is to show them that there's a better solution. So I had mentioned before at the beginning that we had open sourced Lighthouse performance reporting at scale and the ability to visualize in GDS. This also uses our Node.js and Puppeteer infrastructure to run all the Lighthouse reports, aggregate all the data, and then process it into a GDS report. And so what this allows you to do is be able to, one, look at multiple instances of Lighthouse reports for multiple URLs, roll those URLs up by template, and see things like metric or resource performance at the template or site level, right? Pieces of individual JavaScript or CSS or code don't just live necessarily on a single page. They live on a particular template or particularly site-wide and have an impact that's across the site. And so this is something that's very difficult to do manually because you have to run literally. This is the example post that I have in this post that I linked to in the slide, where we look at pages on target.com, right? And so each of these have I think 10 individual URLs of the template to kind of sample what the performance is across a large multifunctional site. And so you can see real meaningful performance metrics, right? This is a way that you can take a piece of infrastructure that you have, develop it into something that can solve a particular pain point that can't be done manually for your analysts, and start to get them on board that if development happens centralized by developers, the things that you launch are better. So not only did we create a thing that could, automate Lighthouse performance reporting, but we made it self-serve, right? And so now our technical SEOs don't need to work to develop a system to do Lighthouse reporting or performance reporting at scale. They just can get the data, do the analysis, do data analysis, and deliver better insights, right? A better ability to deliver a high qualitative product in their jobs. On top of that, it's important to work to get automation into like reporting or tools, right? And so kind of another piece of automation in our org is that we use GDS reports for everything, not necessarily for client reporting. We don't actually do any client reporting, but for actual tools for analysts to use in order to drive results or run operational SEO processes. So a good example is this screenshot I have right here, which uses we used a tokenizer. We basically tagged a bunch of keywords for various buckets that they would fall into. This is an automotive brand. So whether it was like the OEM brand like Toyota, the brand that was selling the vehicles, a particular vehicle like a Prius, a particular car like a 2012 Prius, a vehicle feature like being an EV, a truck or different body styles, year, etc. And then be able to look at how URL performance and performance metrics impacted those individual categories. So now instead of looking at GSC data, you have a process for pulling GSC data into a tool that lets an analyst work to drive better insights, right? That may sound kind of convoluted, but we'll get into a little more detail in a second. Things that you can use this for are any SEM or any APIs that you're kind of using in your day-to-day SEO job, right? So like the things that we use it for is we visualize SEMrush data for like third-party keyword metrics and also performance reporting of competitors. We use it for link building by pulling data from Majestic and bucketing sites either by topic or kind of the value we think that they hold. Like I mentioned, we use it for Lighthouse reporting and we use it for Ngram visualization. And we also use it to the auto poster that I talked about. We use it for operational reporting. So making sure all of the posts happen and go live and checking on them. So, Data Studio is a lot more than the ability to do reporting on traditional SEO metrics, right? Like we generally use it as a visualization interface for most of the tooling we build. And so that's an important, I think an important digression in this is one of the things that I had shown at the beginning in our stack was Google BigQuery, right? Some version of a cloud-based storage SQL database. And so what we can do with that data is engage in copious amounts of data post processing using Postgres, right? To the point where now we're talking about the visualization of calculations and the automation of like SEO analyst reporting tools, based on the stuff that we're used to all the time. And so just as an example, this right here is something that we did for a client at the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis, right? COVID-19 is kind of a crisis period of time where like web traffic behaves differently than it does normally, right? Like we've all seen clients traffic either crash or skyrocket, depending upon how they interact with kind of the shift in searcher behavior in COVID-19. And so what we wanted to do is measure how searcher behavior in impressions and clicks was displaying for this national brand in Google Search Console, both pre and post COVID. So this report here is a roll-up of 300 microsites, then an aggregation of them, and then breaking them into both like pre-COVID traffic drop dates and post-COVID traffic drop dates to see how performance has been happening over time. And I don't know if any of y'all are seeing this, but thankfully something that we're starting to see across clients is a return to traffic to some pre-COVID-19 levels, whether or not like revenue or business is kind of happening at the same level. One of the things our automation and reporting has let us do is kind of figure out how traffic like is happening at macro level scales. So an important thing to think about in terms of your technical SEOs is they're your users, not the people that are creating your automation platform, right? You need to make them write user stories for you. You need to kind of harness them to push features and tools. They're the ones that are doing their jobs kind of more than even like SEO managers, team leads, etc. Right? Like my technical SEOs are much more in tune with how they do their jobs than I am. And so, you know, they're the ones that can kind of surface these pieces of automation to be able to drive out to the rest of the team. And so now, instead of them thinking that they have to create tools in order to better do their own jobs, they are invested in creating user stories in order to help the organization do better SEO. And so now you flipped the kind of problem of SEOs doing development work on its head, right? Another important kind of thing to come out of this is that your technical SEOs, your users, do QC and QA better than your devs do, right? Like they know what they're trying to accomplish out of tools. They know the kind of values they're trying to get out of the user stories and acceptance criteria they're writing. And so they can tell you when things are out of whack and how to easily fix it. And so now not only are they helping kind of push things live and making everybody do their job, they're also helping backfill in training on SEO and building SEO tools to the people building those tools. And then lastly, they will have like honestly, if you're hiring right, they will have totally bought into your automation process and kind of giving up some of the things that they were thinking about in terms of like, oh, being kind of script kiddies and learning how to, you know, create their own SEO automation. They want to do their jobs better, learn and grow like all of us, right? And so, you know, if you're doing that proper hiring, then you'll be able to get them to buy into your automation process by showing them that it'll make things better for everyone, including themselves. So now, again, not just battling against the technical SEO, battling with the organization and against the world. I just want to give a shout out to Brian Heckler and Sam Capart. These are our two developers. Brian does Python development for us. Sam does JavaScript development for us. Like I was mentioning before, no reason to be language dependent on anything other than people's personal preferences and what they learn and know, which is why we use those two languages. TLDR starts with infrastructure, work with your team, get that bread. If y'all want to visit our GitHub, you know, here's where you can go to see kind of the stuff that we've open sourced. If you find any issues, you know, open a ticket. We'll get to it when we can. We try to support our open source software as best as we can. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dan, for joining us again and again. A really great talk. And I like how the concept is essentially about, yeah, I agree with technical SEO is the bug, not the feature. So with all the automation, etc., how many, like, as a guesstimate, man hours do you think that saved the organization as well, just in terms of the wasted time of doing manual API pulling, manual reporting?
Hundreds and hundreds of hours, on honestly like tens of thousands of dollars at this point, right? And the thing too is like you know, you all have a very technical agency also. It's hard to charge clients for like LTE stuff on data, right? Because there's no value to it for them, right? Versus the analyst work that gets the data.
Oh no, 100%. So yeah, I completely agree as well. It's people pay for the analysis and the making, not the cutting down of the tree. So with that in mind, with all the automation stacks, and I'm just asking this, if anyone in the chat has any questions for Dan, you've had some lovely feedback on it, Dan, as well, from a few people who love the talk. If anyone has any questions, I can ask, just whilst we're waiting ahead of the next speaker, Martin Splitt from Google. But so another question, as well as the man hours being saved, I mean, obviously these tools have been tested, they'll have been implemented once they reach a certain level of reliability. Has there been times where this automation and the time saving has pretty much just caught things earlier as well, I'm guessing, and also enabled the analysts to almost be more empowered with their job? Would that be a fair statement?
Oh, 100%. Like a good example of the knowledge graph image change detector we automated is if you're dealing with like lots of brands that have lots of different knowledge panels, even branded local knowledge panels, the you know, checking that the images aren't like photos of a cat, or photos of, like just some of the things we've seen, photos of pizza, photos of porta potties, photos of a dead cow on somebody's backyard, right? Like just like weird stuff. And so if you don't have like a system for automating and checking those things, how do you know when they change, right? And so it's something somebody can do over their coffee every morning rather than spending hours on it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And with that level of data accessibility as well, like I'm assuming it also means that shared skill sets across a team, whether or not they're junior level exec through to senior, can also have access for data. So one question I've got, which kind of piggybacks on the back of this automation side, so one of the things which I know you've spoken around a lot, especially, is the ability post-COVID to be able to post GMB through the API. Through that, we've been able to do that en masse. Just more of a segue more into local SEO, which I'm informed you know something about. Have you seen any kind of correlations with regards to GMB impressions, GMB interaction, and local performance with the posting, or has COVID and user behavior changes kind of put a rest to any kind of potential data correlation there?
So we stopped doing the like COVID-19 info posts for clients because they weren't into they wanted to return to kind of like pushing offers and marketing as fast as possible. And so the way that we think about posts is more about revenue and driving people deeper into the funnel rather than kind of driving more impressions, because we track it all the way from like the lead to sale. And so they've still done great for us, honestly. Like if you have a client that is a high margin or high average order value business, right? We're not talking like haircuts or food delivery or something like that, right? Then you can make you can poster a lot of value, especially if you're doing it automatically.
And this kind of value in automation as well isn't just as much time saving for, like I said, I know the Lighthouse data use Target as an example, but also smaller, sort of mom and pop kind of strip mall type places as well, because it's not so much the automation of scale, it's the automation of time as well.
Yeah, and so like not only like the saving of time, but like think about what you see in Google My Business posts when you see them for chains, right? Everybody is struggling so hard with getting them out at scale that it's like one post across all locations, maybe once a month or something like that, right? Like, and so the scale, like the operational scale, is impacting the ability to do actual good marketing because all the effort is going to scale. And so when you can pull that out, things that were like, we did the posting automation, and now we're focusing on meaningful offers for clients, right? Like we're plugging into their like deals feeds from their ERP system, dumping it into our database, and then liking it out because we can, right? And so it just opens up a whole new world.
Yeah, no, 100%. Outside of obviously the GMB, auto posting, Lighthouse emulation, what do you feel has been one of the greatest, I'm hesitant to say the biggest wins of being able to automate parts of the stack, but if you could think like one thing, like even like an unexpected outcome or anything like that, what would you probably think that has been one of the nicer positives through the automation process?
Yeah, actually, that going to something like Google BigQuery for data storage, and then using Data Studio for like visualization and tooling has been like a huge like unintended bonus for us, because like it opens, I didn't talk about it here because it's not particularly automation, but now our analysts are working using like Jupyter notebooks or Collab notebooks into our GBQ stack to be able to do better data analysis with things that we're automating, right? And so one of the things that we have now is the ability to drive better value than, like we were talking about before, than do LTE work, right? That freedom, like seeing how you can deploy it is amazing.
Yeah, no, 100%. So one of the things I wanted to touch on as well is very early on you mentioned obviously that the dev light techs trying to do it all themselves. That's a bug, not a feature.
Mm-hmm.
And they should be the ones writing, almost like writing the epics that go on Jira to then get the change enacted.
Oh, no, but we moved over to a platform that is epic related. I grok it.
But what kind of advice would you give them when it comes to forming the user story? Because obviously that's creating a case for enacting a change within the organization. And this is probably not knowing the 29 people currently watching, but what advice would you give to someone who's wanting to start doing this automation, wants to start putting together the user stories? what advice would you give them to actually start forming that story?
Yeah, it would be similar to advice CEOs in general, right? Which is like they're going to be working with devs that don't know or like aren't as passionate about the SEO side as you. Like what they care about is something different. And so working to do the education on why something is important to you and what the business case is, not from a like you have to document it point of view or like being pedantic, but like literally from a pure communication point of view, right? Like we all have to we all have to work on, oh gosh, stupid phone call just threw me. Apologies.
No.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. Just whilst we're waiting for the next speakers, anyone in the chat have any questions? Rachel, Dale, Kyle? Anything you'd like to ask? I'm just going to point out now there's a 30-second delay between me and Dan speaking and then the wider world being able to hear it. So, yeah.
I'm also going to call out for all speakers that are speaking on their Macs, make sure that they mute their notifications on their computers.
I just don't have Mac notifications turned on.
The phone call came in through my computer. Death.
Yeah, I don't have an iPhone. I don't have anything Apple apart from the computer, and all the notifications are silenced. Anyone got any questions for Dan? No. This is kind of at an awkward level. So what's in store for you now, Dan? What's your next automation project?
Yeah, we're working on a like a taxonomizer. That's what I call it, but like an NLP thing to do categorization right now. And we're gonna work on training some tree models on the Freebase corpus, the WikiLinks corpus, to get some taxonomy categorization work done so that we can deploy that for like fixing client taxonomies, but then also use it for doing like scale content analysis of competitor pages and stuff like that, right? Like you can start pointing it at crazy things. I don't know, do you use ClearScope at all? Are you guys familiar with ClearScope?
Yeah, familiar with it. It's not at all part of our suite at the moment. We kind of did something similar, working with a sort of large news publisher who used tags. We kind of did an NLP thing, just kind of analyze the tags to better basically get them down from, as I'm sure most large publishers have, where they have thousands of single-use tags and it's just got out of control. Kind of prune it down to a more manageable garden size. Yeah,
exactly. So like where ClearScope is like that kind of a process on like the content creation, exactly like what you're talking about on the like a product that's on the analysis, internal product, but that's on the analysis side to help with SEO efforts.
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. How did I know on the last talk you gave for us as well with regards to automation, you had a common result, it was a Google, something automated from Google Search Console coming out. But
yeah, so we ran into a major blocker on that. If Martin is here, the 50 URL hard limit on URL Inspector is death for large websites, because they're getting more than thousands of URL errors in the index status report, right? So even if you want to use like URL Inspector to check alternative canonicalizations or Google choosing different pages or all this stuff with their errors, you can't do it because the URL Inspector has a hard limit of 50 per property. So if you have 10,000 URLs to check, you can't even check them in a month. You know what I mean? And so that got that hardcore blocked, unfortunately. Our first piece of development that got totally killed after working on it.
Yeah, no, that's no problem. Martin has joined. He's just joined as an attendee, not a presenter. So I've just given him talking permissions, and I'm also promoting him as a panelist. There we go. But no, that makes sense. I also remember you posting in the Tech SEO Slack group as well about the hard limit. As well as the URL changes. And that's good. It'll be good to see and hear about that and the results of that once you get that automation process running, definitely.
Yeah, the one like those Google chooses different canonical URL reports and URL Inspector are so valuable, I think, to have them at scale, right? And so just I want those out of there. I want those out of there and in a database somewhere.
Oh no, especially with international clients where they have not the best translated content, and Google obviously isn't going to index the same thing 8 times, so it consolidates through canonicals. But yeah, no, that'd be really valuable. No, but that sounds good. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Dan, for joining us this morning. Please feel free to hang around in the call, hang around in the chat. But it's been a pleasure having you again on the second VirtuaCon.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Total pleasure.
Thank you, sir. So thank you everyone for bearing with us and watching. So it is my absolute pleasure now to introduce Martin Splitt from Google, someone who I've been in a few of his JavaScript Webmasters Hangouts, and I go away realizing I know a lot less than what I actually do, which is a good thing. How are you doing, Martin?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much, Dan, for having me.
So thank you, and also I appreciate thank you for joining. I believe for you, it is the latest speaker we've got due to time zones. So I do appreciate that you've given away part of your Friday evening to spend it with us.
That's all right. That's all right. Happy to help.
Well, no, thank you very much. So I'm going to hand over to yourself. Please feel free to share your screen, put camera on.
Awesome.
If you
Yes. Yes. Awesome. Thank you very much, Dan. All right. So camera, it says I can only share my video when the host stops sharing a video. That's what it says, at least. Like, cannot start your video because that. Okay.
I think everybody's seen enough of my face for one night, so I'll turn it off.
It's interesting that like the arrow stays the same. It's interesting. Anyway, let's share the screen. Let's see how we're doing in terms of screen sharing. I think that makes sense. I hope that you're now seeing it in, well, as full screen as it gets, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry that you can't see my face. I can try one more time now. It says like you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. What does that mean? The host has stopped it. You have stopped it. Yeah.
We'll believe when it's yourself. Just let you know it has started on slide 21.
Interesting. Oh, whoopsies. All right, let's actually rewind then, real quick. Actually, I can probably do it quicker like this. All right, so. Hi everyone, I'm very sorry that you can't see my face, but I think like my face isn't as interesting as the presentation content, or hopefully the presentation content is more interesting than my face. Let's do it that way around. I'm here to talk a little bit about technical SEO for JavaScript developers, and I realize that this title is probably a little misleading because I am here to talk to you all about how you can work with your JavaScript developers and understand what your JavaScript developers are doing if you are working with JavaScript websites. So today I would like to address 3 things, as I only have a limited amount of time and I want to get as many Q&A in as possible because I think that's where it's more interesting, because that's the things that you are encountering and you are wondering about. So I would like to give you some Q&A time. First things first, we will have to understand how Googlebot processes websites, and that's all websites, not necessarily only JavaScript websites, to then figure out why JavaScript matters for you as an SEO and for your search engine optimization efforts in general. And then I would like to go through some very broad general steps on how you should go about troubleshooting what you think is a JavaScript issue. And I'll give you some pointers as well, because as I said, I only have half an hour in total. So I would like to give you some basic pointers, but then you can take these pointers and maybe work with your developers or try to better understand how these tools work, and then use them to adapt them to your specific circumstances and websites that you're dealing with. Cool. So how does Googlebot process websites? Well, there's this infamous diagram that I at some point drew for an I/O presentation. I think I drew this for the I/O presentation last year. It has since made it into various videos as well as the documentation. Very fundamentally, we are starting on the, I'm not sure, can you see my mouse cursor actually? I'm not sure if you can. If you can't, that's fine. We start on the top left corner. We start in the crawl queue. So we found a URL somewhere, and we take this URL and we make an HTTP request to it. This is where the Googlebot comes in, really, because that's when you, in your server logs, you see Googlebot has made a request. So we make an HTTP request. We get some content back. If this is a website, we get some HTML back. and then we process that. What does that processing mean? Processing isn't really a step in the actual Googlebot pipeline. It is really just a simplification of a bunch of stuff that happens. For instance, we are looking for links in the HTML to put these linked URLs into the crawler queue so that the crawler can fetch them in the future. We also look into things like the canonical here. We look at the canonical in multiple stages, but this is one of the stages where we look at the canonical that you tell us to look for. We look at meta robots. We look at the X robots tag header to see if you want us to follow links or if you want us to no index the page and stuff like that. We look at a bunch of signals coming from the initial HTML, but we also enqueue it. And that's, again, all websites get enqueued for rendering. And then we render the page. That means we open it in, fundamentally, you can imagine it, the server opens a Chrome tab with your page and then waits for the page to finish and then takes an HTML screenshot, more or less, from that, what has been created in the Chrome tab, and then looks at it in processing again. So again, we are looking for links. Again, we are looking for robots, meta tags and headers, and all that kind of stuff happens again. And then we put the result into the index. And if you want to understand how JavaScript has impact on SEO and how JavaScript websites work in terms of search engine processing, then you really need to understand this step. So while this looks relatively simple, I don't think it's well understood by many, and that's perfectly fine. You should not have to worry too much about it, but I think it makes sense to understand what's going on in there to get a better understanding of where things could potentially go wrong or how JavaScript influences things. Which brings us to our second point, more or less, like what happens in rendering is this. Pretty much, we got the HTML from crawling. So that's that, great. But then the HTML might load a bunch of more assets, like JavaScript files, images, videos, linked documents and iframes, CSS files, all that kind of stuff is basically an asset. So the crawler has to go again and fetch these assets as well. And then we can start parsing the HTML. We can start trying to understand what the page is made of, right? Because at this point, HTML, what it really is just a bunch of text. Now, computers are relatively good at understanding text, but this is not just normal text. This is text that describes a website. And now we need to actually parse and understand this description to figure out what is this website made out of, right? What are the headings? What are the links? What are the I don't know, accordions, the images on this page, all that kind of stuff that needs to be parsed. The first step is that you parse it into a DOM, the document object model. You can imagine this to be like a tree that contains everything that is in your HTML. So each HTML element is a node or is a leaf in this tree. And then we have the body on the top, or the head and the body are on the top. And then everything that is within them is below that. So like you have an H1 maybe, and then maybe you have a paragraph. And in the paragraph, you might have an image and so on and so forth. But this is not what we actually use in the search engine parsing. What we then use is, once we have the DOM, we basically try to figure out what is the rendered HTML. That's not even 100% accurate. What we technically use is the rendered tree, but you can imagine it as the HTML that is in the page once everything has done loading. What does that mean? What does that mean, loading? Well, as I said, like the HTML comes from the crawler initially, then we load all the assets. By the way, they are using a crawler, which means robots.txt can potentially immediately start breaking rendering when you do not allow us to render assets that we need to create, the DOM tree. The DOM tree contains not just the HTML information, but everything that happened while JavaScript was executing. So the rendered HTML is actually influenced by JavaScript. That's why JavaScript does have an impact on SEO. Specifically, JavaScript can directly interact with the DOM. So once you load a piece of JavaScript, and be that from inside the HTML or from an external JavaScript file that is linked in the HTML, JavaScript has full access to the DOM. It can pretty much influence anything that happens on the website, and thus influences the rendered HTML that we are looking at. So the HTML that your server sends is just the starting point. But there's this intermediate phase where this HTML that you see when you do view source, you see the initial HTML that comes from your server. That might not be the HTML that we actually see in the rendered HTML once we are ready for indexing. How does that work? Well, JavaScript can add content to it, so you can add things into your HTML that hasn't been there beforehand. A typical example is client-side rendering, where you are basically just having an empty HTML skeleton, and then you use JavaScript to get anything that you need to actually start creating the content that we see on the page. It can remove things. You can remove all sorts of tags. You can remove content. You can remove images. You can change things around. You can change the text entirely. You can inject links. You can do all sorts of stuff in JavaScript because you have direct and full access to the document object model that way. You can also load additional assets. A very obvious example would be if you are, again, doing client-side rendering, you might load additional content that wasn't in the initial HTML skeleton. This can come from providers like, I don't know, reviews that come from an external platform or comments that come from an external platform. It can be lazy loaded images. You can hypothetically have JavaScript kick in to load images as the user navigates through the page, and more images become visible in the browser window. And that also has an impact on page performance. Notice that I'm saying impact, not negative impact, nor positive impact, because it depends. JavaScript is a tool that has basically like full rights to anything on the page. It can do everything it wants on your website. That's why you should trust your JavaScript to a certain degree. And this means that it can have positive impact. Like if you install a service worker, that's a piece of JavaScript that allows your website to be smarter about how to use the network and also actually work offline. So that makes the website work offline, which it wouldn't without JavaScript. That's a positive impact on page performance if your users are offline. It also is positive when it does, let's say, the lazy loading approach to things. It may reduce the amount of images that are loaded in one go and only loads images as they are about to become visible. So then the website is usually faster to actually display to the user, and that is positive impact. On the other hand, if it heavily changes the content all the time and relies on lots of more network requests to be made, it can also make your website a lot slower. And if it breaks or if it cannot be downloaded because of, I don't know, robots.txt or caching issues or your server going down or something like that, then it can also happen that this actually breaks the page entirely or makes it very, very slow. So be a little careful on how you use JavaScript. It is not inherently good or bad. It is a tool that can be used either way. It can also add things that you just don't have without it. Like, as I said, the offline functionality is one thing. You can have a very dynamic application that you wouldn't have. I've seen people do like 3D tours of apartments and offices in the browser. You can't do that without JavaScript. Google Docs would be impossible without JavaScript to the extent that we have it. Google Mail has a bunch of functionality that is super nice and would not work without JavaScript. Chatbots usually use JavaScript to actually do the navigation and not the navigation, the interaction and the network traffic part of things. So like you can add a lot of cool stuff to your website thanks to JavaScript, but you should do this responsibly because JavaScript kind of has quotes unquote admin access to everything on your page. So you want to make sure that you understand what's going on there. And how do you actually then troubleshoot this? How do you go about figuring out if things go wrong? Usually you see somewhere that something is off. A page is not indexed, a page is canonicalized where it shouldn't be canonicalized. You're seeing errors in the Search Console reports. You get like reports from someone saying like, this page doesn't show up in search, these kind of things. And then usually the response seems to be, or the instinct for many people seems to be to just jump to the conclusion there's JavaScript on the website, so it must be JavaScript that is the problem. Oftentimes it is not, but it's seemingly hard to distinguish. And then a few people are using interesting tools to like come to a conclusion. So as I said, for instance, a bunch of people say like, oh, we have a problem with our React or Angular or Vue.js website because if I inspect URL, I'm not seeing any of the content. Well, the thing is, if you say that, then you are looking at the initial HTML coming from the browser. From the server into the browser. You're not seeing what actually has been created in rendering, so you're looking at the wrong spot. Another thing seems to be to look into cache. What is the cached URL in Google? Turns out cache is quite an old feature and does not necessarily, and oftentimes actually does not just simply reflect what we are seeing after rendering. The cache oftentimes is taken before we even render from, again, the initial HTML rather than the rendered results. The cache feature isn't that well maintained, so it's the convenience function. It's not a debug tool. But what can you do then? Well, we do have a bunch of testing tools. One is the URL inspection tool inside Search Console, where you can test the live URL, and you can also check what is the actual content that we have in the index by clicking on View Crawled Page. So if you click on View Crawled Page, the side panel pops up, and there are three things: the HTML, the screenshot, and more information. The screenshot is nice, but it's only an approximation of what you would see if you were opening this page in a browser. More interesting is the HTML. And there is a little magnifying glass icon where you can search for content that you think should be on the page. So you can open the page in a separate tab, look for some text maybe, or look for some HTML element that you know should be there. And then you can search for this in the rendered HTML. The HTML you see there is the actual rendered HTML, which means if there's something that is not in the HTML there, we are not seeing it. It should be here in the rendered HTML, or we are not seeing it. And if we don't see it, we can't actually index it. When I say we don't see it, I don't mean visibly see it. That's where the screenshot is not so helpful. If something is not visible in the screenshot, it doesn't mean that we are not using it for indexing. If it's in the HTML, we will potentially use it for indexing. If it's not in the HTML, we don't know it exists, so we cannot use it for indexing. Also helpful is the More Info tab that shows you all the resources that have been loaded, and if there were resources that we couldn't load because of robots.txt or other errors. So definitely check these out. And that's your general first step. Like, you want to check what we say we think is going on with this page. If there is an error, that's something that you probably want to check on. If it says it's fine, it's potentially indexed, or it is in the index, then you should mostly be fine. But you can use the rendered HTML to figure out if the content that you think needs to be in our index is actually potentially being indexed by checking out if it's in the rendered HTML. But sometimes that doesn't help. Sometimes you just get an error that says, like, cannot be indexed because of robots.txt or something, and then you're like, why is there robots.txt? I don't understand, or what's happening, or why is this page in the index? This is an error page. Why is this a soft 404? I don't understand. In which case, I highly recommend using your browser, because browsers have these amazing developer tools. And if you use the developer tools, you quickly find things that you might not easily spot elsewhere. So for instance, I was checking out why this website was actually indexed, and I was like, this is weird. This is an error page. I mean, it clearly says, oops, so why is this being indexed? And then I had a closer look, and I found, oh, look at that. Down there in the developer tools under network, I could see that when I was opening the page, the server returned 200 OK. But this page doesn't really look like 200 OK, does it? It's definitely not OK. So optimally, this page would either return a 404 or redirect to a page that would return a 404, or it needs an additional no index just to make sure that this does not get indexed in the end. So you have a bunch of options. Use our testing tools. So the mobile-friendly test comes to mind, the rich results test comes to mind, or the URL inspection tool. And if you're not sure why we are saying something isn't the way that you think it is, definitely also check out your browser developer tools. How you reach them is a little different between the different tools. I think like some browsers put it under the F12 key. I'm not sure what Safari does. Chrome has it under the little menu icon, the three dots in the corner, and then more tools, and then developer tools. Or if you're using macOS, then it's, hold on, what's it? Option Command I think is the tooling. And then you have these different tabs down there, like you can see here, the network tab that I'm using in the screenshot, but there are other things like sources shows you what is basically in view source. Elements lets you explore the DOM. You can check with audits. Audits is quite helpful. Memory consumption, all that kind of stuff. Like if you know what you're doing, this is a really, really powerful tool. And there are courses out there. If you don't know what you're doing there are free courses where you can, and documentation as well, where you can learn more about these tools. And if none of that helps, then maybe just maybe, this isn't a JavaScript problem, or not directly a JavaScript problem, in which case you should check what's happening on your site. The first thing that you can check is what is in the server logs. Is there anything weird going on? Are we getting URLs that we shouldn't be getting? Or are we being blocked by something? Or is there something happening that you didn't intend to happen? Is your server very, very slow to respond? Is it responding with the wrong status code? Is it maybe responding? I had a case where someone was like, Google doesn't show this page, but it's such an important page, but it's canonicalized away with a bunch of other pages, and these don't seem to make sense. And then we checked. It was somewhere at a conference. I'm like, did you check your server logs? And the person said, yes, let's actually check. And they found out that this page was super large on text, like there was plenty of text in there. But when you checked the server logs, we found out that all these pages that were thought to be the same only contained like 100 characters. And of course, yeah, if all these unrelated pages for some reason were delivered from your server to Googlebot as an empty HTML page, then we think like, yeah, all of these pages are empty. So they are all the same page, kind of, because they are all empty. And because they are empty, they are not exactly interesting to us, so we might not put them in the index. So that wasn't a JavaScript problem. It was a server configuration problem where the server, for some reason, returned an empty HTML page for certain URLs to Googlebot, and only to Googlebot. Users were getting the actual page. Again, you can look at the rendered HTML in the testing tools, again, to make sure that it's what you think it should be. And you can check if the resources were loaded correctly. You can do that both in your server logs, if the resources are coming from your server, as well as the testing tools that we provide. And maybe also check if there is, like, especially if you use a CDN, they might hold old versions of the code. So maybe you updated the code, but the code hasn't updated in your CDN yet. So you might run into all sorts of situations there. Now, I'm here again to listen to your questions and answer to your questions. So I would leave you with a bunch of resources that are super helpful. I hear that Bitly is apparently down right now, and we are using that to power these links. But it should come back up soonish. So then these links will work again. So we have the JavaScript SEO Basics Guide in our documentation. You can also find that at developers.google.com/search. We have a bunch of videos on the topic. We have a mailing list where you can report problems and other people can help you, and I can also potentially take a look at this. And we do have office hours for JavaScript SEO problems specifically, and for regular SEO problems as well, every week on youtube.com/Google Webmasters. And with that, I'd like to say thank you very much and open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Martin. The live chat has blown up a little bit with a lot of compliments, questions, and, well, there's been a few questions asked. I've had DMs to me, and, well, Jerry White from Rise 7 asked a question, which you then answered 30 seconds later by complete happenstance.
Okay.
So a couple of questions I've had DMs to me, if you will. Obviously, we've just released Web Vitals, and that now has LCP, FID, and CLS. One of the questions I've had asked is, would you be able to just top level explain those three metrics in a simple manner, they've put?
I'll try. This is tricky because then the more you think about them, the more complicated this becomes, but I'll try my best. So you have to understand what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is we want to model the user experience and when it comes to web performance in a way that is measurable. Now, this is tricky and continues to evolve, but we have basically gathered a bunch of data from the real world, as well as lab tests, and try to figure out what are the things that we should look for that are good indicators or good proxy metrics for a fast and delightful web experience for the user on the website. And we came up with these three metrics in our first iteration. It's important to understand that this is not the end all to the question of what is a good, fast website. this is the current iteration. We plan on yearly updates to this metrics. We might change the thresholds, we might change the metrics as more information and understanding of what makes a website fast or slow becomes available to us. But in the current iteration, there's 3 metrics: the largest contentful paint, the first input delay, and the cumulative layout shift. The largest contentful paint is basically trying to measure when is the website basically visible to the user. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you think about it, how often have you seen a website where you were like entering the URL or clicking on a link, and then you were staring at a blank screen for a while? Like the website started responding to your browser or sending data to your browser, but you were seeing a blank screen, or maybe you were seeing like small bits and pieces here, or most famously the ads loaded, but the rest of the content hasn't. So that's more or less what we're trying to capture in this metric. We're trying to figure out when is most of the content visible, and when is it painted, when is it on the page so that the user can actually see it. And that's the first metric, because obviously a fast website would be fast to get content on the screen as quickly as possible, but not just like the ads or like the video or whatever, but like as much from the actual content should be visible to the user. That's the first metric. But then there's a second problem. What about websites that do paint very, very quickly? It's like you get the content immediately, but maybe this isn't just a Wikipedia article, or let's say this is an article. This is a really long article, and you know how most of the recipe websites do it. Like they start telling you a life story, and then like 3 screens down, they start to actually explain to you how the recipe is made. You're trying to scroll and it doesn't scroll. It keeps loading. You don't know what it's doing in the background, but you try to scroll on the page, it doesn't scroll. Or if it's not an article, but something more interactive, like a form, you're trying to, the form is displayed, so the largest contentful paint is really quick. You see all the form, you tap on the input field for your name, and nothing happens. And you have to wait, and then 10 seconds later, you can actually start filling out the form. Is that a fast website just because it painted really quickly? I would say no. If I cannot interact with it quickly, then this is not a good, fast, and performant website. So that's where the second metric comes in, the first input delay. How long does it take for the website to do whatever it needs to do until I can actually start to interact with the page, whatever that means? Scrolling on the page, clicking on something, clicking on buttons, typing into text fields. That's the second metric. And then last but not least is one that you probably all have felt the pain from, which is cumulative layout shift. What does that mean? I'm pretty sure every one of us has experienced a website where you knew exactly what you wanted, it painted really quickly, and you tapped on a link only for then the website to move the link 300 pixels further down the page, and random things, another article, another video, anything like another ad popped in the way, you tapped on that, and then it actually took you to somewhere where you didn't want to go. That's frustrating. And that's what this metric tries to capture. It tries to figure out, after we started like displaying things on the website, how much does stuff still move around? Because a Yankee website where you see something that you want to interact with, you tap on it, and 3 seconds later, something else appears on the same spot where you just tapped, and then that is triggered. That's not a good experience as well. So these 3 metrics try to capture that and basically try to measure this as good as that is possible, and then basically give you measurements of thresholds where we say, like, if your website does this within this amount of time, we consider it a fast website. If it does this within this amount of time, we consider it an okay website. If it takes this long for this website to get done with this, then you are unfortunately looking at a slow website. We do that to better understand user experience on the web and give developers as well as business owners a way to figure out how they're doing in terms of performance. And we make this measurable so that as you iterate on your product, you can basically run the measurement and then find out how you're doing compared to what you want to be doing. Now, these are not always these are not equal metrics in the way that if you are building something that is super interactive, then you don't necessarily care too much about, I mean, you do care about the largest contentful paint and the cumulative layout shift, excuse me. But basically, the most important for you would probably be the first input delay, because that tells you how long your users have to wait until they can actually start interacting with things. If you're a website like Wikipedia and you're mostly like showing article content, then you might be more interested about the largest contentful paint. But basically, this is a model of figuring out what makes a website a good, fast website. I hope that helps.
No, that was a going by what the chat is saying as well as what I've said. That was a very thorough answer. That was a lot to take.
Trying my best. I know that especially performance is so hard to grasp, and it's a moving target as we learn to better understand it. So yeah. Yeah,
no, it was. I'm just very happy I've got the recording for this to go back to, and I can listen to it. I appreciate that John was due to speak on that, but he's posted a question, as has Jess Peck in the chat. Would you be happy for me to collate some of these questions together and send them over to you, Martin?
Sure, absolutely.
Otherwise, possibly we could just be here for another 2-3 hours, and I do appreciate it. Past 8
Sorry
PM.
for that. Yeah.
And not a problem. It's just, yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to do that. It's just if everybody else wants to. But no,
right.
Really appreciate your time. Appreciate you giving up quite late on your Friday to come and do this. And
happy to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, and John, Jess, Eamon, I will take the questions. I'll send them over to Martin, and I'll get them published. And I've made a note of names, and I'll try and hunt you down on Twitter and thank you. But no, sounds good. Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Dan, for having me. Thanks for everyone watching and all the questions. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye now. So the next speaker that we have lined up, following Martin, is John Morabito. Now, I had the pleasure of meeting John last November now, when we were allowed to travel, when I was over in New York, and he very graciously agreed to be a panel member for me at my little New York SEO meetup type thing in the back of a nice little Irish dive bar. And I'm very happy to have him here today as well. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I guess it's actually technically afternoon here, but some of us it's an international conference, so we're all over the place, right? Well,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I just knew if I said any kind of day description, I'd be right at some point.
Yeah, right? Well, we could also say it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so when we're done with this, we can all go have a drink.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, and yeah, I will hand over to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me, Dan. I'm really excited. All right, so let's go ahead and share my screen.
That is an untidy desktop.
I know. What happened to there we go. All right. So now everyone knows what kind of person I am, right? When it comes to my desktop, most of it's screenshots. All right. So here we're here today to talk about crawling and indexing issues for large websites. And I really appreciate everything that Martin just put forth, because we are going to talk about some of the issues that we've encountered for JavaScript websites. My name is John Morabito. I am the director of SEO at Stella Rising. So to sort of kick things off, recently Patrick did a presentation where he shared a tweet of mine. So I'm going to share a tweet or a quote from Patrick here. Search engines can't rank what they can't crawl or haven't seen. This is why crawling and indexing are important topics, and I couldn't really agree here more. This, by the way, comes from the Content King Academy piece on crawling and indexing, and I definitely recommend that. So as Patrick said, this is why we need to focus on this. All of our relevance improvements and optimizing page speed and getting links to the website really aren't going to help us if we're not being crawled first, right? So obviously, the process here first involves discovery. Google needs to first find these URLs, and they can do that through either our XML sitemaps, our own internal links from other websites, and then from there, they're going to go ahead and crawl those URLs. And really, Martin just sort of went over all of this, so I'm not going to go too deep in here. But essentially, what what my team does with our crawling and indexing audit is essentially look at issues within these 3 different categories and try to identify where there might be problems for some of our client websites. When we're doing this, one of the things that we're looking at is essentially how many pages. So this question of how many pages is something that we look at from these 5 different data points. We're looking at the number of indexed pages in Google. And when I say that, I mean a site colon query, which isn't exactly reliable all the time. So we also like to look at the Google Search Console number of pages indexed as provided to us by the Search Console index coverage reports. We look at the number of pages that we're actually submitting within our sitemaps. We look at the number of pages that have been indexed on the sitemaps. And then we also look at what we get back from a manual crawl. Looking or comparing the delta between these different areas often sheds light on issues around low quality pages, pages that shouldn't be in the index, pages that maybe have issues with them for one reason or another. And that's usually where we spend our time investigating. All right. So as I just mentioned before, one of the sort of leading reasons you're going to find pages not actually be indexed is often not a technical one, but can often be quality related. And this actually happened, or this tweet came out this morning from Barry that sort of reinforces that idea. So here's here's a client case example of where we saw low quality pages causing issues with them making their way into the index. So this was a nationwide casting website. And the issue here was related to user profiles, but this could be the same thing for, let's say, property detail pages on a real estate website, faceted search pages on an e-commerce website, or even low quality product pages on a very, very large e-commerce website. So in this particular case, what we identified was looking at the crawled but not indexed category within the Search Console reports. We started to notice a trend that a lot of these pages tended to be these user pages. We looked at the pages from user profiles that had been indexed, and we found that those tended to be more complete. So this seems sort of obvious, but essentially profiles that had what we found to be around an 80% completion rate were those that tended to be indexed, were ones like the one up front for Myra, very little information. That information probably is available on other websites. And so there wasn't really any unique searcher value for those pages. And so in this particular case, we wanted to avoid Google seeing too many low quality pages on our website. We wanted to avoid index bloat. We wanted to avoid sort of crawl budget waste with Google crawling these pages that they eventually determined not to index anyway. And so we made the recommendation that anything with less than 80% completion should be de-indexed, essentially putting the robot's no index tag on the page. Another issue that we come into oftentimes around crawling is pagination or click depth issues. So in this particular case, we actually had a client that sort of combined pagination, discoverability issues, as well as click depth issues, sort of all in one issue, or all in one sort of problem. So the problem here was that the client had a JavaScript reliant, or a user action dependent button makeup for the way that you would get to different pages within a archive page of different property detail pages. So this is a regional real estate brokerage where they had maybe 60,000 individual property listings. Each of these archive pages for a different area goes quite deep with many hundreds, if not thousands of individual property listings. And the way that the pagination was set up, actually, until a user clicked into the pagination sort of area, those links were not present within the DOM. So Google wasn't actually able to crawl past page one of any of these individual pages. We basically worked with their team to create more of a standard pagination setup where you have multiple links to the subsequent pages directly on that page one. So on page one, let's say we have links to page 2, 3, 4, and 5, which essentially enabled the crawlers to get into these property detail pages at a much lower click depth than they had before. Additionally, it actually enabled the crawlers to get past page 1 where they previously were completely unable. So in this particular case, we used Screaming Frog and Google Search Console to identify these issues. We, again, worked with their developers to get that new pagination set up. And from there, we saw 50,000 total new pages end up being indexed after we made that change. Spider traps are another thing that we come into when it comes to doing these crawling and indexing audits. In this particular case, we encountered a major beauty brand, actually a series of major beauty brands that had the exact same store finder on their pages. Now, this store finder essentially had a malformed piece of HTML within the Ajax where once crawled, the crawler would then generate a new URL based off that old URL, sort of appending the previous path and then sort of infinitely combining that. The more times it would crawl, the longer the URL would get. And so in this particular case, there's sort of two ways that you can approach a crawl trap. You can either robots.txt out that directory so that the crawlers are unable to go into that directory in the first place. Or you could also use sort of a combination of a no follow on the attribute or on the link pointing into those pages. It depends on if you have the ability to actually implement something like a robots.txt. In the case of Shopify, that's not on your list of things that you can do. And so the no follow might be your only option. If we're talking about a site where you do have control over robots.txt, in many cases, I would probably lean toward the robots.txt declaration for a situation like a crawl trap. So expired and discontinued product pages are another thing that we've come into. Basically, when a e-commerce website is not continually culling their legacy product pages or getting rid of product pages that have become expired and they just sort of show this, sorry, this item is no longer available message. This can have a tendency to increase the number of soft 404s on your site. So eventually Google will see this as a soft 404 as the user can't really take the action that the page was intended for. And so they're going to start basically dropping these. Or if they don't start dropping these, they're going to keep them in the index. And that's problematic from a user perspective. So in this particular client's case, we'd actually done a branded search audit where we were looking at things like brand name plus backpacks and seeing that up to 18 of the top 20 ranking results were their website, but pointed to an out-of-stock product page. It was a 200 status code because they're on a JavaScript framework and they actually have a hard time throwing a true 404. And so these pages just sort of sat around the index. And so we worked with the client to basically ask them for a database pull of any product that existed on their website going back to the beginning of time for this site. We then use Screaming Frog and the API tools to pull in all of the data about those URLs. So did it have any links? Did it ever get any traffic within the last 3 months? Did it have a sizable number of impressions? So maybe it's not getting traffic just yet, but these pages are still hanging out somewhere in the index that they're in visibility positions that are garnering impressions. We then looked at that list and prioritized it based on those metrics and figured out which of these URLs we wanted to set up redirects for, whether it be to an equivalent product or to a category page where that product had come from, or if we wanted to simply serve a 410 status code that basically told Google, hey, these pages are gone, don't come back and crawl them. The thing about a 404 is luckily Google is pretty nice to us in some regards when it comes to that. And we'll see that at first as potentially a mistake. The page is not found, but maybe you lost it. Maybe you're over there praying to St. Anthony and that you're going to find it again and that it comes back 3 days later. And so Google will have the sort of tendency to come back and hit these 404s, not as much as they would a 200 status code page, but they will come back and crawl it. And so if you're looking to really maximize crawl budget, particularly on a very large website, when you're actioning something like a for something status code against 20,000 URLs, I do think it makes sense to use that 410 and explicitly tell them, hey, this page is gone. No need to ever come back and crawl that. Orphan pages. So moving on to some tips and tricks here. Orphan pages is something that we definitely come into in these audits a lot. And essentially a page that is not linked to from your internal site architecture is essentially invisible. yes, in some cases, you might find that still in the index, and you might even still find that garnering some level of impressions. However, I think this is going back to something like Matt Cutt said, is like, if you want a page to rank, you should be linking to it somewhere on your website, right? And an XML sitemap is not a substitution for an appropriate site architecture. And so very often we'll come into a site, we'll say, hey, what are all these pages that are in the XML sitemap? They're indexed, they get a little bit of traffic. You know, what's going on with these? And maybe the developer or the client team will say something like, oh, well, those are pages that we want to have for like marketing purposes or SEO purposes, but we don't want to link to them on the website because we don't want people to see these things. Well, unfortunately, it's really hard for you to sort of have your cake and eat it too in that regard. You need to basically link to those URLs if you want them to be seen as relevant, authoritative, and for Google to trust those. So some of the ways that you can find orphan pages would be if you don't have a crawler, you're going to have a hard time. But if you don't have a crawler, you might be able to amass a list of your own URLs and use your Search Console performance reports and export those. This is definitely for a smaller site, and cross-reference that. In many cases, what we end up doing is using either Screaming Frog or Content King to help identify those orphan pages. Interestingly enough, Content King does something kind of fascinating, which is if you have, let's say, your pagination, and this is something that happened to that major casting website. So if your pagination, let's say on page 2, has a canonical that points back to page 1, this is incorrect. And for better or worse, Content King will actually label pages that it discovers via XML, but not through crawling that pagination, as orphaned. Essentially, the crawler will only follow a long canonical path. And that is essentially what Google will most of the time do. Yes, they're going to crawl your non-canonical URLs, but if you think about sort of the canonical pointing to the wrong page, that can ostensibly, or sort of in a certain sense, cause pages to potentially be orphaned by virtue of the fact that if that page is at like 500 or page 500 of a paginated set where page 1 through 499 points back to page 1, the likelihood that Google is going to keep going down that tunnel and hoping that at some point they're going to have a directive to continue getting that information, it's unlikely. So you want to make sure that you are getting your canonicals correct from pagination as to avoid that sort of quasi-orphaned page, if you will. Dealing with faceted search. So faceted search is something that comes up for a lot of our bigger client websites, whether it be a real estate website or an e-commerce website. One of the ways that we can help to sort of deal with or combat the issues around that would be to simply not even have those URLs crawlable. So you can construct your facets in a sort of JavaScript setup wherein those links are not present within the DOM without user interaction. And that innately is going to make it so that Google can't actually crawl that stuff. It works just fine for users, and it sort of offers you the best of all of the different worlds. But in many cases, that type of setup is not possible for our clients. They've already got some type of faceted search. They're using Oracle ATG, they're using Indica or what have you, and that's kind of just the way that their search faceting works. In those cases, we'll often look to employ a combination or one or the other of the nofollow or robots.txt. In many cases, I have become I've struggled with faceted search around the idea that the canonical might be the most appropriate because it enables you to roll up those ranking signals back to let's say the primary category or the main category. However, what I've seen in most of the instances that we've tried that is because Google is really looking for appreciably similar content when it comes to the canonical. We see them tend to ignore canonical for, let's say, a category page that once had 200 product pages and starts with product A, B, C, and then a filtered version of that same page that now has, instead of 200 products, just 3, and those products are Z, X, Y. When Google looks at these two pages, they're really not appreciably similar enough that the canonical seems appropriate. And it's almost like when we maybe put the canonical on the wrong page and Google selects their own canonical. So in that sense, while we might have the desire to try to roll up all of the equity that we could get from these faceted search pages, in our experience, even with very, very big brands that have huge numbers of links coming into the website, we very seldom see people linking directly to a faceted search page. So in that sense, I feel very comfortable often recommending some combination of robots TXT, or perhaps no follow, those no index follow, which over time eventually becomes no index, no follow anyway. But I really tend to not worry about equity passing through our faceted search pages for our clients, at least based on the data I see in our sort of link analysis of the clients that we have. XML sitemaps are something that we could, so, I think throwing out some tips here, many of us are familiar with trying to limit things to around 50,000 or less than 50,000 URLs or 50 megabytes for our XMLs. Breaking your XMLs into groupings by page type is something that if you're using Yoast or often many CMS platforms kind of automatically do this for you. But I would say the bigger your website, the more essential this becomes. And we have at times gotten very granular with our setup of XML sitemaps, where we have an index that has maybe 50 different XMLs in it. And within that, we can get really good understanding of indexing. Furthermore, at times we can prove out theories that we might have. So in the case of a real estate website, we might have a theory that property detail pages past a click depth of 10 are tending to have difficulty finding their way into the index within a reasonable amount of time. And so we might identify 2,000 URLs or 5,000 URLs that exist past click depth of 10, put those into a special XML sitemap that's our 10 and plus click depths, and then have another XML that's exclusively URLs that exist higher within our site architecture. And through submitting these two sitemaps, we can actually get data back about which sort of setup is actually being indexed. If we see predominantly those pages past click depth of 10 are being submitted but not indexed, there could be other issues, right? There could be quality issues, but it does seem as though that would prove to our theory being correct, particularly if those 10 and above or 10 or lower tended to be indexed with no problem, or had a larger likelihood of being indexed. Another cool thing about XML sitemaps, and I think this is just such a cool tip, it really doesn't have too much to do with what I'm talking about today, but if you, for whatever reason, don't have access to an XML sitemap, or I'm sorry, access to Google Search Console, or worse, your client can't create an XML sitemap and they also don't have access to Google Search Console, you can't create it. You could theoretically create your own XML sitemap, spin it up with Screaming Frog, put it up on your own website with URLs for someone else's website through basically verifying and submit that to Google. Or you could submit your own URLs to Google within an XML that is just sort of pinging Google of these URLs. So I thought that was something that's cool. Really, as I mentioned earlier, this audit that we do for our clients, our crawling and indexing audit, is largely centered around looking at that delta of pages and then trying to look at different coverage reports to get a better understanding of what's going on with those deltas. Why do we not have the right number of pages in these different buckets? And so my favorite coverage reports, the ones that I tend to get the most information out of, the ones where as soon as I look at a client's website, I go to these reports to get a sense of what's going on, would be crawled but not indexed. And these are often URLs that have, going back to Barry's comment, these are often the URLs that have some type of quality issue, could be pagination, could be duplication, could be something where they're just not good search material, right? Google doesn't want these pages for one reason or another. More often than not, it is related to those types of matters, less so than something technical. In our experience, the technical things tend to be things like the discovered but not indexed. So this is where maybe Googlebot has discovered a URL through their crawling of another URL and they're parsing out of all of the URLs on that page. But for one reason or another, system resources are not available. That URL ends up in the queue but does not get crawled. This could be because other URLs on their list have a higher priority, have a higher crawl priority, or it could be because, or related to the fact that they're getting kind of bogged down in crawling through your website. Going back to some of the stuff Martin was talking about, maybe your JavaScript in order for them to actually parse out these URLs, they have to execute your JavaScript. And in order to execute your JavaScript, on every page load, they're acting basically as a stateless crawler, and it takes 20 seconds for them to load your JavaScript application. Well, they're not going to crawl through as many pages on your website as if you had a 0.2 second time to first byte and an average load time of 2 seconds on your pages. One of these two scenarios is going to have more of their pages crawled. And so where, let's say you're a real estate website, or let's say you're this casting website, and things are constantly moving on your website. Well, as you're putting up new stuff on the website, Google might be able to discover these URLs, but there just isn't quite enough juice in the tank for them to actually go crawl them, render them, and put them into the index. And so this is where things like making sure that you're paying attention to page speed from sort of more of a holistic level become important, right? We've recently heard from Gary that, or we're reminded of Gary's statement via Barry, that page speed is not a massive ranking factor. But when we start to talk about page speed that slows down Google's ability to actually get to the end of your website or get through any meaningful number of pages on your website, this becomes a much higher priority task. And then index but not discovered through XML. So it's like, what are these even doing in there? Google has, for one reason or another, decided to index these. So these are either things that have unique user value, and Google has elected to include them in their index, which has significant meaning, and they really ought to be included within our XML, or in many cases, they ought to be included within our XML. Or conversely, these are maybe lower quality pages that are not included within our XML. For some reason, they have made their way into the index, probably by virtue of our own internal linking or external linking to these pages, or maybe more seldom that. But either way, these are things that we have to consider. Do we even want Google to be regularly crawling these pages? If we have not consciously elected that these are part of the website that we want to feed to Google, then why are they there? In many cases, you might find that there's an appropriate reason for them to be there. They're not important enough for you to say, hey, Google, here is something of unique search or value. I want you to come index this, but they're also not garbage enough for you to say, I need to get rid of these. That can be a possibility too. But either way, sort of going back to the point of the slide, you could spend infinite amounts of time, if you have enough URLs, in these three reports, and really make some serious progress in improving the way that Google is crawling and subsequently indexing the pages on your website. My last sort of tip here before we wrap up and head to questions would be Search Console setup. So if you have a lot of pages and you want to look, and there it is, I forgot to undo my my notifications. Dan, you tried to warn me, man. So if we have these pages, sorry, of course, it threw me off too. So if we submit our site maps, or I'm sorry, if we submit our site through different levels of Google Search Console, we have multiple different Search Console setups for different folders or parent directories within our site. What this can have the effect of doing is essentially enabling us to get better data about our coverage report. So we can go deeper within the coverage reports through understanding that without having the cutoff limit of 1,000 URLs. So let's say you've got 1,000 products in your shop. You know, that is something where you can get that full list of URLs through the shop. So, so that's my Search Console tip there. We'll definitely open up for questions now. Again, my name's John Morabito. I'm the Director of SEO at Stella Rising. You can find me through emailing me there or head over to stellarising.com. And I'm also on Twitter at John Morabito SEO.
Thank you very much, John. And yeah, I did warn about that, but it's everyone's facing a few limits with some Search Console features. Dan Leibson has hit a few obstacles as well on some of his automation stack. Had one question, well, two questions from Martin Woods in the chat. One you answered pretty much a minute later after he asked it. Help yourself. Second time that's happened tonight. Second one he's asked, in your experience, how bad in sort of a medium and long run have you found XML sitemaps that change URL every time they update to be? Because that's something currently going through on a e-commerce platform at the moment.
Oh, that doesn't seem like it would be good. So the question is essentially what to do with an XML sitemap wherein every time the XML sitemap updates, as part of that job, it gets a new URL.
Yeah.
You know, I'd love to hear what Martin or someone from Google thinks about this. That seems to me like it would essentially be useless in the sense that you would have to go back every day and submit that. Right? Like you're going to have to keep giving them that new URL. They're not going to have any ability to just pick up that URL. And it's arguable that by the time you get around to going in daily and feeding them that URL, you're going to forget some days, and some of that new stuff is probably going to be crawled anyway. You might consider in that particular, I mean, it's tough, but you'd have to look at kind of what your new pages are. And in some cases, you know, from an XML perspective, not all of the XMLs I work on are dynamic. So sometimes you can bake up static XMLs that lead to sort of archive pages that link to the meaningful pages. And if your site architecture is where you want it to be, that stuff might be picked up. But I don't know how to make the best of that situation.
So the chat appears to be now kind of digging for more information around that. Yeah, it's a platform, which is horrible. I think I know which case he's on about there, but also a lot of love in the chat for the XML sitemap tip about using Screaming Frog, splitting it and putting it on another site. I know that's not something that a lot of people know. So there's a few people in the chat who I think you've probably made their weekend with that tip. So yeah, anything else which isn't related to the talk, which you want to divulge, please do so. Well, no, thank you very much for your time, John. If anyone else has actually got any questions for John that hasn't asked them in the chat, if you comment them on the video, or put them out on Twitter, John will see them, John will get them, and I'm pretty sure he'll probably answer them as well. Just speaking for you now, volunteering that. But no, I'd like to say thank you for your time, John, and have a good rest of your Friday and have a good weekend.
Absolutely. I'm going to hang out and watch the rest of the presentations. I'll be in the chat if anyone wants to throw some questions at me. And thank you so much for this opportunity, Dan. I really appreciate you inviting me.
No worries. Well, hopefully we'll get that layover in Leeds at some point, or one day I might be back in the US.
Yeah, Dan's referring to, I had a weird dream where Dan, preparing for this invaded my dreams, and I had a dream that I had a layover in Leeds, and I just found myself, and I'm like, why are we here? Like, oh, we're in Leeds. Like, oh, I got to call Dan and see what Dan's up to. So someday I'll go to Leeds and hang out with Dan. Thank you, everyone.
Some might describe that not as a dream, but as a night terror.
It was dark, right? It was dark out, and there was not a lot of sunshine. So I guess that's kind of how Americans think of what it's like in the UK.
Not wrong. Fair enough.
Well, thank you again, Dan.
So our next speaker on this conference, we're now near teeth, words are hard. We're now nearing the halfway stage and a slight change of pace. I'd like to introduce Callum Corrigan from SALT.agency. He works alongside me and the rest of the team. And the slight change of pace is, rather than talking about the heavy technical side, it's another aspect of SEO, which I personally feel isn't talked about enough at these kind of conferences. And that's the ongoing grind of working with clients, identifying opportunities and maintaining that growth rather than the amazing Helmers and Thunderball. So good evening, Callum. Thank you for joining us.
How you doing, Dan?
Not bad, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very good, thank you. It's great to virtually meet everyone. Hope everyone's keeping well.
Everyone's good. So I will hand over to you, sir.
Fantastic. Just share my screen. So, as Dan said, I'm one of the ADs at SALT. I've been in SEO, especially at the agency game, for about 6 years now, on the agency side. Within those 6 years, I guess I've identified a bit of a passion or more general interest around the strategy aspect or the campaign aspect within that. So what I thought I'd do ties in quite nicely with the talk that I'll be doing today. So for me, what I want to do is explore organic growth strategy. So within that, we'll be looking at what actually makes up a growth campaign, what those elements look like in terms of how we run one, and also the sort of the timeframes and the frameworks within there as well. So in terms of, I guess, the individual elements that make up the core of an overall growth campaign, So in terms of what we'll be covering today, we'll be looking at the campaign planning. This is where we'll be looking at actually identifying the purpose of the campaign, so the initial starting point. We'll then tie that in with campaign relevancy. So this is where we just want to understand what is specifically needed or what frameworks in the campaign level will require to get the best results. Then look at an actual campaign start, so establishing a starting point. So what do we need to get started and what does that actually involve? Moving on from that, it's then looking at the campaign focus. So for me, this is perhaps one of the things that can sometimes get overlooked with any campaign. We've already got the start identified. We know where we're starting, what the starting point is. We're then looking at the end goal, so what client success looks like. And it's that little bit in between where we get there. For me, this is the bit that needs to be ramped up. So we'll be looking at what actually we can do to drive continuous growth, what activities that may involve. And then finally, it's looking at the campaign impact and success. So I guess for me, with any good campaign, there's two elements to it. The first element is being able to actually drive success, so drive the performance. But then the second element, which can sometimes be overlooked, is the way we actually communicate that to clients or internally within businesses if we're internal SEOs. So the way we portray success. So in terms of campaign planning, like I said, this is the actual understanding of the context, so what we actually plan it for. So yes, in terms of identifying a purpose, one of the questions that you may want to start with is why do businesses actually engage with SEOs, whether this is internal or external. So sort of a couple of some of the key points that we tend to see. Again, there'll be lots of others, but these tend to be the four main ones. Maybe due to bespoke technical consultancy, so things like migration frameworks. It could be technical auditing, so technical audit frameworks. It could be things such as paid speed analysis or mobile usability analysis as well. Lots of different reasons. Secondly, it could be the actual platform specialisms. So this is where you may have slight generic strategies, but if you've got that second layer of knowledge around platforms, as we all know, a lot of platforms have their own specific quirks or issues. You may be aware of them. So it means that you can tailor your strategy to get around those issues. So basically it means when you've got a list of things that you want to do from a campaign perspective, you've not got then a second layer that says, we can't do this, can't do this, can't do this. It means that we're aware of it and we can work around it. And then I guess this may be more relevant to external SEOs, but it could be just general industry exposure. So if you're doing some interesting case studies around whether it's platforms or just general technical SEO studies, it could be the reputation you gain from these and the interest that that raises. On top of that, it could be your actual blog content. So if you're writing blog content which answers specific questions people may ask, obviously if those people land on those pages, they're going to engage because it's quite interesting and very relevant to them. I think fundamentally though, that all the above, we can tie that into the desire to grow and succeed. I think every campaign will have started, every purpose will be different, so there'll be different reasons for starting. However, being able to show growth and value is always going to be quite a big key to that. So in terms of campaign relevancy, so now that we've sort of addressed the purpose of the campaign, we now want to align that with the most attractive or most relevant campaign structure or framework, which will help us achieve that end goal. So what I've done here is, I guess I've broken it down by two of the most prominent sort of structures that we tend to see. So the first one being e-commerce SEO. So one of the big things with an e-commerce campaign is we need to look at the benchmark. And when it comes to e-com side, the majority of the benchmarks will be against either sales or revenue maximization. This might not always be the case, but it tends to be. So as an SEO, it's key that we align any activity we do in that campaign. Let's say, for example, it's keyword optimization or keyword strategy. We align that with actual commercial impact that we may have. So if we've got two areas of the site that we're looking at, we want to be going for the area that's going to drive the maximum revenue, if that is what the original benchmark is. In order to do this well and with the right detail, we need to understand not just what products drive revenue, but also how that correlates within more of the business structure. So what products actually provide the highest markup. So there's a difference between obviously just generating general revenue, but then correlating that with targeting products that make profit. So hence have strong margins. The best way to deal with this, we find, is by talking to actual product teams. These are the people that will be in and out of the product performance on a day-to-day basis. They'll be fully aware of the pricing, any long-term pricing strategies or changes that may come into play. And they'll also be aware of product life cycles, which we'll cover shortly. So I guess some of the things that we're looking at on a monthly basis when we're running an e-commerce SEO strategy. Number one being conversion rate fluctuations. So Again, it's not exactly SEO related as such, but it will impact SEO figures. So it's something we should really be aware of. So this could be from things that are out of our control. So it could be due to, for example, lack of competitiveness. We may not be offering free delivery anymore where our competitors are. And the reason for this is if we're seeing fantastic traffic growth, we just want to make sure that that's reflected in revenue growth, because even though it's out of our remit or out of our control in some situations, we want to make sure that we keep an eye on it, so that if there's anything we can do or suggest to align traffic growth with revenue growth, we're doing so. In terms of things we can do to tie this in with click-through rates and just general click-throughs into the site, we can look at different schema options such as pricing, stock levels that we've got, and offers, and promote those. So again, pay attention to what's been in SERPs and what the competition are doing. And moving on, one of the things there is looking at new product lines being introduced, and they may replace previous products which have been, I guess, halo products from an organic perspective. So version 1 is now moving into version 2. What this means for us is, I guess, we need to be aware of the value version 1's provided and how we pull that opportunity, especially if it's been discontinued, and move that into version 2. Or it may be the case that version 1 will still be sold. So then we need to look at, we've got 2 very similar products. We need to perhaps identify how users get the value out of them both, and then start to dissect that so that we can merge or separate the keyword campaigns around it where relevant, and just plan for that in the long term. Again, like we've already covered with profit margins in each product lines, this is where we talk to the product teams, just identify the difference between sales revenue, product margins. So a little bit of a makeshift pie charts at the bottom there. It's not always the case that the product that drives the most revenue actually provides the most profit. So again, it's a bit of a wider business discussion to understand what markups are made on each product and where that focus should be. As you can imagine, in an ideal world, we'll be targeting both areas. And then finally, it's about planning for the long term. So as the way we live maybe changes, for instance, in this current situation, it may impact our buying behavior. If that gets impacted, then it may impact the products we buy. So it's not just a case of looking at it from an organic perspective as to the keywords used to purchase products or to come through to purchase products, but also just keeping an eye on what products are in and out of trend and adjust the strategy in line with that. So the next framework that we look at is lead generation, or I guess enterprise SEO. So the majority of success within this campaign may be benchmarked against, I guess, not just overall inquiries that we drive off the back of it, but also the quality of the queries that come through. So for example, in terms of things we need to look out for within this strategy, it could be, let's say, start with the keyword strategy. So we need to align our keyword strategy on capturing different search intents. So to the right, I've done a little quick makeshift conversion funnel there, just as a bit of an example. So as you can see, we've got 3 different circles. For me, there are 3 different users with 3 different intents, and they'll be entering the site at 3 different levels. So we'll have someone that may come in with a research-based query, someone that may come into the site through an engagement question, and someone that may come in through the site based on a reassurance question. So that last final question before they're ready to convert. Once we identify those, we can then split out those keywords and align that to different areas within the sales funnel, which then ties us nicely into the next point, which is how we align that to our supporting content strategy. So what we need to make sure there is, now that we've identified the keywords that different users are coming in at in different areas of the conversion funnel, that the landing page offering we currently have aligns with those and captures all those queries where required. Another thing we can look at is the actual optimized landing page funnel. So a bit of an example for myself, really into my car detailing, love it. It's what I do most weekends at the minute, so there's not much else to do. So obviously you can imagine I Google lots of how-tos and different guides on different websites or car detailing websites. These car detailing websites also sell the product. So what I'm quite surprised about is, for example, when I may land on a blog post that tells me how to use a DA polisher to do a 2-step paint correction. It's very rare that I find a link in there pointing me to the actual DA polisher used in that example, which, because I've seen it, because it's like what you've learned with, you feel comfortable with, you're more inclined to purchase it. So again, for this example, for me, it's where if we've got blog posts or informational posts, if they're talking about a specific segment, whether that's product-based or service-based, it's making sure that they're pushing users on that content into that conversion funnel and then eventually that commercial page. The other level, so the 4th point in here would be the data collation. So part of this strategy is to keep monitoring the questions potential buyers or prospects are asking, and then adapt our strategy on a monthly basis to capture that and push forward in capturing that. So for me, the best way to do this is to actually talk to the sales teams. So a bit like with the e-com strategy, it's talking to product teams. With enterprise or lead gen, it is looking at sales teams. So the reason we talk to them is because of all the people that will talk to customers more than anyone else, it tends to be sales. What that means is they'll have a great idea around the questions prospects or clients are currently asking. More importantly, the answers they're actually looking for. By talking to the sales teams, we can take those learnings, take that information, and focus that back into that landing page strategy and basically enrich the copy on that content to answer, again, the top right, that funnel, all those questions those people may be asking as part of that conversion funnel. And then finally, it's all about looking at continuing to review and improve that conversion journey. Again, it's not fully SEO related, but anything that helps with conversion, it can be attributed to SEO or organic activity that we're doing is going to be beneficial. So just, as we're working through the site, just keep an eye on that conversion journey and see if there's any improvements that you've seen, or when we're doing competitor analysis, if there's any improvements that we can make. So moving on then, now that we've identified, I guess, the actual purpose of the campaign, we've looked at the framework we now need to use to get the most out of it, so the most relevant structure. It's now about getting started. So for this, it's looking at, where and how do we actually get started with a campaign. So for me, it's about looking at the starting point. So in terms of establishing a starting point, you may be looking at these 4 points here. So the first point there is looking at working backwards. So if we've got a client, what we need to do is understand what success within that campaign may look like in, let's say, 6 months' time, 12 months' time, or 2 years' time. Once we've identified what success looks like in the client's eyes, or if you're an internal SEO in the business's eyes, you can then start to work backwards, establish that starting point, and understand what is required to get there. For me, just a bit of a tip, I guess, with the more longer term projects, I think it's always good to have milestones, whether that's external or internal. It's just good for us as SEOs to monitor how our progress is driving forward. And if there's anything that needs to change, if we're not hitting a milestone, then we can understand why that is. Because obviously the longer a project is, sometimes the lack of clarity that could be there. And the longer the time progresses, the more diluted it may become. So it just keeps everything on track and moving forward. Alongside that, we've got benchmarks. So I guess setting the benchmarks. So again, whether in internal or external SEO, you'll probably be expected to look at setting certain benchmarks. So these may be looking at areas of the site and segmenting that based on performance. It could be hard set KPI focus. So it may be rankings growth in X amount of time. It could be traffic growth. It could be end value growth. So e-commerce side of things, so revenue, and the lead gen side of things, or completions. And I think for me, with every campaign that I've run, there's always been, it's not a hard set KPI, but it's one that makes a lot of people smile. So for me, this one tends to be the competition. Even though it's not expected or it's not written down, I tend to find that where we've got a key competition, which some of the clients that I've worked with, I tend to find they can be very, very maybe over passionate about competition. For example, let's say there's one particular competitor in mind. What we need to make sure is that if we do surpass that performance and we, the activity we've driven puts us in a place above the competition, if we send that round and let the client know, that can sometimes send quite a lot of smiles, which is always good. And then off the back of that, once we've looked at KPIs and what selected benchmarks may be, we can actually start to see if they're achievable or not. So for me, this is looking at, can we actually achieve the KPI in A, that set period of time, but more importantly, B, any time at all, even if time wasn't a limit on that, can we actually achieve it? So Dan has actually built a really good tool called TabCap, which we'll come onto shortly, and that helps us align those KPIs with what's achievable. And then finally, it's about setting the strategy. So we've now identified the purpose. We now looked at the framework that we require. We now understand what the starting point is, so what success will be like in that set time frame. Now it's about taking that framework, tailoring it based on that vision of success. So just like any technical campaign is never the same, this is exactly the same with any growth campaign. And you'll also find that as a growth campaign progresses, it changes more and more. So one of the internal frameworks that Dan's built, which has been extremely useful, is something called TabCap. So this stands for Traffic Estimations by Category. So what this basically does, it allows us to understand traffic potential and then also understand performance based on keyword segments. So the way it does this is it correlates current ranking positions of a website, aligns that with average click-through rates, and then correlates that further with existing search volumes of those phrases. So two of the most important graphs that spits out is, if you look to the right, you'll see traffic opportunity, and then under that, you'll have ranking opportunity. So the traffic opportunity allows us to quickly see what traffic we're currently capturing within that segment or within those set of phrases, if hypothetically everything was in position 1. So how far away are we? How much more traffic opportunity is there? Below that, we're then looking at current ranking spread. So within that segment of keywords, it then will show us where our current ranking opportunity is. So if everything's more towards page 1, it may take us a bit longer to move that to the top 3 positions, for example. However, if everything's on page 5 or 6 onwards, it may take us longer to push that forward because it's so far back. The sweet spot might be on page 2, for example. If we've got medium search volume phrases, then we know there's immediate opportunity there to push forward with. So then just moving down in terms of what our usages for this framework are. As I've discussed, it gives us quite a realistic, or not guaranteed, because it's, data does change, but it gives us quite a realistic insight into taking it back to the KPI, if traffic growth is realistically achievable or not. So by this, I mean, let's say that a client wants X amount of traffic. However, we know from doing a TEBCAT that even hypothetically, if everything was in position 1, it would only drive this amount of traffic. Then we have quite an understanding as to if we're going to hit that KPI or not. Moving on from that, it also allows us to prioritize keyword segments based on traffic opportunity. So if we've only got the resource, let's say, to target 2 or 3 key segments out of 6, it allows us to quickly segment those out and look at where the immediate opportunity is based on current ranking performance and the traffic it may generate off of improvements. And then finally, it just gives us quite a quick overview as to the current ranking spread. So the benefit of that is we can then start to dissect what direct optimization activities may be required to drive those ranking positions forward. For example, is it page 1 focused, is it page 2 focused, and so forth. So moving on to another framework that we built internally as a team, it's called what we call the organic growth matrix. So the organic growth matrix basically is an internal framework that pulls all key organic performance metrics from things such as Google Analytics, Google Search Console, tracked ranking data, and third-party ranking data into a framework, and it aligns very nicely. We can tie in each individual landing page against the organic value being provided. So I think the big thing with this is it's all API driven, so it's all automated, and it's also set to run at certain time periods, for example, quarterly. The biggest usage for this, because there's quite a few, for example, content audits or content evaluation audits, but in this case, looking at it from a strategic perspective, is that we can straight away go in and understand the current spread that we've got. So if we look below, we've got things such as it's not ranking, it's got low traffic, high ranking, low traffic, low ranking, high traffic. It will automatically segment all our current landing pages into those buckets based on set metrics we pull together. And then from that, with those areas or buckets, we can then start to interject with bespoke and direct strategy to push them forward. So the main focus here is to look at high performers on a quarterly basis and look at how we drive other pages into that. So growing the amount of pages currently contained in the high performance section. So moving on then, now that we've established a framework we want to use, relevancy, we now want to move into that campaign growth. So this is looking at basically that month-on-month growth that we all strive for. So like I was saying before, this comes down to the start of a campaign and the success metrics at the very end of the campaign. This is that bit in between. For me, sometimes this is where things can maybe get a little bit lost or things can dilute into other areas. Whereas in terms of a growth campaign, this is where things need to be ramped up and attacked very aggressively. So what I'll cover in this section is basically how do we actually achieve continuous growth? So it's not set in stone. There's lots of different areas or elements to it. Some stuff is out of our control, but I thought I would go through is some of the things that we do on a monthly basis to strive for growth. So I guess there's 3 key areas that we always focus on. First one being page 1 and page 2 focus. So we always need to monitor and focus on a page 2 keyword opportunity, which again pulls us back to TEBCAT and what's that showing us. We tend to find that as we focus on groups of keywords, things that may be out of the remit originally, so that maybe on page 4 or 5 onwards, can sometimes start to pull in naturally simply based on us driving overall relevancy signals. So by focusing on page 2 opportunity, we're constantly keeping an eye on that and feeding that. So it's being directed into page 1 based on us focusing on it. I think another idea with that as well is that when I come to review meta, it's always good at looking at capturing the before and after. So as we all know, as SEOs, it's sometimes impossible to capture every single phrase we want to target. However, one thing I've always noted myself is before we engage in an activity where we're not tracking phrases, it's always worth looking at doing sort of third-party data dump, for example, because I've seen it a few times and been caught out myself in the past where last thing I want to do is optimize for phrases that aren't in your core campaign, to then come to 3 months down the line when they've seen great growth, but you can't prove whether they were at the original starting point. So it's always worth mentioning that as well. Moving down into the second element, so this is top 20 landing page focus. So again, tying it back to that e-commerce side of things and the growth conversions around the lead generation. I think the core element to this campaign or structure is looking at the top 20 pages that provide value and then continue to focus on those on a monthly basis. So by this, it may mean looking at the page 1 and 2 focus, looking at what new keywords are coming in, drive that forward again. Or more importantly, it could be looking at new keywords. So we like to look at the top 20 landing pages by performance. And then within that, we'll do keyword research around those areas on a regular basis to look at what new opportunities being pulled in and what we can capture. And then finally, moving down, looking at competitor audits. So I guess there's 3 areas to this. The first area being is just quite top level in terms of analysing, interpreting what our competitors are doing at keyword level. So what phrases they're ranking for, what positions they're ranking in, and what's the search volume like, and what pages are ranking for those phrases. The second element to that is then we can start to dissect what segments they're clearly focusing on. So if we've got bunches of keywords that are very high search volume and very high performance, and there's a single URL that's being pulled in, it may be that this is where their main focus is. So especially when we tie that into an e-commerce campaign, we can tie that into product focus. So if there's a range of products that we've got, we're focusing on products A and B. Yet when we look at the competitor data, it seems to be that they're focusing on products C and D. Then it may be that they know something we don't know, and we may want to do a bit of research around that and pull that into our strategy. And then finally, something I do on a regular basis, just a top navigation review. So it's basically just chucking the navigation of the website into Excel, mapping out links, and then the pages those links are pointing to, correlating that against our competition, and then just looking at the overall comparison. So I've found in the past where we've got a site that maybe have quite a few dynamic pages within the top navigation, competitors got nice static pages that are optimized. Straight away, quick windows to look at those pages, get them made static, and then start driving forward with a strategy based around optimization. And then just moving on regarding the continued growth, just some of the areas that we look at and some of the things that I've picked up on over the years. So looking at full meta optimization, I know that we use rules a lot of the times. I think it's always good to look at when it comes to our core pages or key pages to optimize those on an individual basis. It's quite surprising when you look at keywords, when you swap a few things around or add plurals in objectives and things like that, how different the search volume is, how different the SERP is. So when it comes to core pages, to optimize those on an individual basis is always recommended. I think for me as well, when I'm running campaigns, it's always to get the balance between where we are with that campaign. If it's a fresh new campaign, then the emphasis may be on generating short-term growth or showing short-term improvement. That way we secure trust and then we can start to plan for the future a bit more. So it's worth looking at overall search volume and keywords we're targeting versus current ranking position. So if there's a bit of a compromise between positions 11 to 15, where there may be medium to low search volume, but quite low competitiveness, we know that we'll be able to make some tweaks to drive those forward quite quickly and show growth quite quickly. Hence the more longer term stuff, we've got time to then work on that and a plan around that as well. Moving into the content element. So we should always see the content as a bit of an extension on our meta optimization. So we want to be basically reaffirming the optimization we've got with our meta, but more importantly, we then want to look at expanding it. So as we know, we can't get every single keyword we want into the metadata, but what we can do with the content is the areas that we have missed, we need to make sure that we're capturing those and adding those in that segment. And again, just something I've always seen is, I always believe there's never the optimize to optimize. So when I'm going in and optimizing content, it's always worth looking at trying to enrich that content copy and avoid diluting it. So where you may go in and you may end up deleting phrases or deleting sentences or changing sentences, you just need to keep that in mind as to what phrases those areas may be targeting, and just not to dilute those. And then, like we've discussed with e-commerce and lead generation, it's always about keeping an eye on your product or service offering. So this may change in time, so we need to make sure that we're continuing to capture this opportunity. So again, talking to sales teams, talking to product teams. And then finally, site flow. So whenever I'm doing work on a website, I always look at it from both an SEO perspective, but also just as a potential buyer. Again, like we've seen, conversion rates, although they're not specifically SEO related in some degree, it's more CRO. However, by looking at it from a potential buyer perspective as we work through a site, any changes made on the site that we're not aware of, we can pick up on. So for example, maybe some dev work around the add to basket button. This may have knocked it out, may not be working for a bit. If we're looking at the site as a general buyer, trying things out as we work through around the SEO work, we can jump on that and can address it quite quickly. We can just get a good idea around that. So then I guess moving back to one of the last frameworks of this talk, but one that's had great impact so far is the Google Search Console Keyword Matrix. So this is an internal framework, hooks up to the GSC API. And what this does is it extracts keyword impression data over a set time period. From this, we can then start to make time-related comparisons. So in the example below, we've got week 1 versus week 2, and what's the difference in impression growth there? What this does is quickly shows what keywords are showing signs of growth. So obviously, if we've got a segment and we start to see multiple keywords within that segment appear in the top 5 or top 20 queries, whatever that might be, we know something's going on there. It may be something to focus on. In terms of actual usages, so like I've just said, it helps us identify any emerging search trends based on that impression growth. And then we can start to adjust the keyword focus to capture that new growth. And then finally, a little bit more wider than SEO, it could be that we support a business on product focus. So as a hypothetical example, if you're a vehicle leasing business, you may have people that are coming towards the end of their lease agreement. So you may have people in 2 boats. You may have one that may unfortunately be in a furlough position. So they're not on 100% salary, hence what they spend on a car leasing deal may change. You may have someone else in another boat where they aren't sure what the long term looks like for themselves. So again, they're not wanting to commit. So you might start to see, for example, short-term leasing phrases start to come in. Then you can start to optimize around those and give guidance on the current product offering around that, those phrases as well in that area. So then moving on to sort of like the last element, I guess, of a campaign. Like I said at the start, campaign can be drilled down to sort of 2 key areas. The first area is actually being able to drive the growth. And then the second area is the way you show that growth and portray it. So I guess for me, sometimes the key to defining success can often come down to the way it's actually presented and shown. As SEO specialists, we want any individual within a business to be able to look at the work we've done, interpret that work, and understand the value that we've driven off the back of it within minutes. And sometimes less is more in these situations. When it comes to actually demonstrating the impact, again, we can tie this back to the start line. So maybe that, some of the KPIs at the start around ranking growth, you want to be showing that. Could be traffic based on actual targeted landing pages. I've highlighted this one in yellow because sometimes a graph that's gone to 0 is never that impressive. However, if in 6 months you can close and write off the traffic deficit or trend reversal, that's a massive achievement and one that needs to be highlighted. And then finally, it could even be from a technical perspective. So if you've got a technical audit that's been going on for 6 months or 3 months, it could then be the list of the actions off the back of that, fixes that are in play. More importantly, the fact that we know we've checked those and they're now fully compliant. In terms of myself and the team, whenever we drive value, we always try to portray that and show that to a client in the best way possible. So sort of a bit of structure that I always follow, whether that's with an email, for example, to people high up in the company, or whether that is on a project management tool, where it's a message to the people involved in that project. But the structure I tend to follow is, this is what we've done, this is how we've done it, this is the value that's been driven off the back of it. And I think for me, probably one of the most important points here, and it's the whole point of a continuous growth strategy, this is what we intend to do next to continue providing value and providing growth off the back of it. So this is what next steps looks like. And I've just dropped into examples here of 2 current clients. These have used everything that we've just gone through on a monthly basis as part of an ongoing growth strategy. One's been over the sort of 6-month time frame, one's been over, I think, about 16 months now. Very different clients, extremely different verticals. But again, like going back to the previous slide, sometimes less really is more in terms of showing success. So yeah, thank you. I hope that's was useful.
No, thank you very much, Callum. Couple of good questions in the chat. What I'll do is, just in the interest of managing speakers across about 4 different time zones, I'll just ask you to go into the chat and just answer a question from Michael, which I'll send over to you. But no, very great, very insightful sort of. And obviously, yeah, a lot of the frameworks, and again, it's just using data in a clever manner, but also applying it in a meaningful way. So yeah, thank you very much for giving it the time this evening.
That's great. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we are now at the halfway point of this virtual conference. I'm going to say this evening, even though, like I said, there's multiple time zones at this point in the day. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jenny Halasz. I hope I said that right. I should really look to do that beforehand. From JLH Marketing. Good afternoon, Jenny.
Hi, Dan. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. And you pronounced it correctly. That's amazing. Nobody ever gets it first try.
That's one good thing I've done today. So without further ado, thank you for being patient, and I appreciate we are running over. Please, the floor is yours.
Oh, no worries at all. So let me share my screen here. Okay, Dan, does that look good?
That looks good to me.
All right. So hi, everybody. Rather than tell you about all my qualifications, everybody just stand up and look up at the ceiling, give yourself a good stretch. You're 2 hours in, and there's been a lot of great content shared, but I want you in tip-top shape to hear what I have to say here about internal linking. So hope you've gotten a good stretch and that you're ready to go. So here we go. First, I want to say, when we talk about internal value, we generally talk about things in terms of a rank score, with 0 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. Now, if you're not familiar with how internal links really impact a site, then you may want to go and check out this webinar from last year with Dixon Jones and Julie Joyce, which was sponsored by OnCrawl. So that was a great, great background. And then also consider that when any tool that's out there that gives a rank score for internal links, they're typically basing it on the Wikipedia definition of Google PageRank, which we know for a fact is not exactly what they use today, but is probably the closest approximation any of these tools can get to. So that being said, like everything in SEO, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, given that sometimes those metrics are not exactly what we would want them to be. If we could perfectly reverse engineer Google's algorithm, well, then we'd all be ranking #1 all the time, and we wouldn't even need sessions like this. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the kind of old way versus new way of thinking with internal page rank. And I'm sure you all have heard that everything should be no more than 3 clicks from the homepage. That's sort of nonsense, really. And what we're more after is this new way, and it's not really new. It's just about creating a clearly defined architecture. It's kind of hard to see in these pictures, so I've highlighted it for you with the different levels being highlighted in different colors. And so what you can see is one is everything's no more than 3 clicks from the homepage, but it is not as clear. And then the exact same number of categories, subcategories, and pages is in that other diagram on the right. And that shows a much better structure in terms of being logical, being something that a search engine or a user alike could follow and kind of know where they sit. When I talk about internal links, I like to borrow this concept from Kevin Indig of Link Power. His TIPR model uses external link value to impact the power of the internal links. So again, one of those things that we can only approximate, but I like to think of it in terms of link power. And there's basically 3 components to this that I've got up on the screen here. So I want to go through them just one by one, but very quickly because we want to get to the actionable stuff. The first one is taxonomy. And the key thing here is that, there may be reasons for corporate governance or logistics, for shipping, inventory, et cetera, that things have to be put into certain categories. Whether that's different categories of software or different categories of iPhone cases or whatever it may be, you've got your governance and your logistics that impact how those things get structured on the website. Searchers really don't care about that stuff. What they care about are the keywords that you use to describe that taxonomy and whether it makes sense given what users are searching for. If we go up a step to the URL structure, we're talking about canonicals and nofollow, because Google's gone on record as saying like the actual file name or depth of the subdirectories or anything like that, they just really don't care about that. Better subdirectory structure can make it a little bit easier for them to follow what's going on because it follows a logical pattern. But ultimately, canonicals and nofollow are just about controlling crawl. They're not really about link power. Click depth is the one that people really get confused, I think. And that's where we go back to that old thought of the click depth being three links from the home page. It's a real misnomer, I think, that's based on an old concept. So back in the beginning of the web, and I'm very much dating myself here, we used web rings to follow links from one site to another. We linked to each other's home pages in a little sidebar on our GeoCities blog. And it was always to the home page. And that's the point, right? Is that initially we always thought of crawl and user experience and everything starting from the home page. Now we know that's absolutely not the case. So when you think of links in and links out, you want to think about how links only matter as to the depth that they are from the previous link. So when we talk about click depth, we're not talking about click depth from the homepage. I think that's an important thing to get out there in the beginning. And then anchor text, of course, is going to have some indication of what that next page is about and whether it's going to be relevant to the user's query or not. And users and search engines alike use that information to make those decisions as to whether they're going to click through on a link. But there are ways that this goes horribly wrong. One really classic example is mega menus. Now, I know everybody's thinking right now, oh, mega menus, Amazon uses mega menus and eBay uses mega menus. Yeah, they do. So does Home Depot, so does Lowe's. All kinds of really large sites use mega menus. But when they're out of balance with the rest of the site, that's when you start to have a problem. So I'm picking on this lawyer, and you could see I've blocked out his identifying information. But this is all of his navigation. This is all of his top navigation overlaid on top of itself. So if we had all the navigation window, all the navigation capabilities open at the same time, these are all of the things that are in that mega menu. The problem with that is that then that is on every single page of the site, which means that before Google gets to any of the value content, any of the main content, it has to parse through these 300 some odd links that are in menus and submenus upon menus over and over again. They're not in balance with the rest of the site. When I'm looking at a site and doing an audit for internal link power, I visualize it in some of these different ways. So Screaming Frog provides a great way to visualize this. if when you're doing your crawl over there on the right side, you see that site structure box, most people just totally ignore that. But if you start seeing that a massive number of pages all have the same number of inbound links, that could be a problem. If you're looking at the crawl depth, which is down below that, and you see that the majority of pages are at one particular level of the site. So in this case, we've got from the home page, again, the crawl depth is almost all at a 2. So normally we would expect to see kind of a pyramid structure here, where we're going from 0 to 5 or 6, showing kind of a pyramid of URLs in that bar graph there. So that's another clue that there's some problems there. And then here's another clue. If we use the force-directed crawl diagram, and this is under visualizations and Screaming Frog, you could see that there are some issues here as well. This may look perfectly normal to you, but if you look at a site that's got a better structure, that doesn't have quite so many internal link challenges, you will see that kind of second color green cluster that's right outside that dark green one right in the middle, which is the home page, there are a lot fewer of those. So we're not creating much of a structure for the search engines to determine what it is that actually has value here. And then you could see this even in another way by looking at a word cloud. So if we take the anchor text and open up that word cloud, and again, I've blacked out some identifying characteristics. This is a personal injury lawyer in Los Angeles, but he does a ton of other things. And according to the way his anchor text breaks down, that's all he does. Because as you can see, those are huge. And then all of the other information, all of the other little things, the car accident lawyer and the slip and fall attorney and all of that, like it's so tiny we can't even read it because there's just no attention paid to that. Another way this goes horribly wrong is with a bad template strategy. So this is a site that provides information about various file extensions. And this is the page for Adobe Flash. It would be just fine if we had the file extension and the file extension type, but then the file type creator there, almost all of these are Adobe Systems Incorporated. And all of those link back to that Adobe Systems Incorporated page. So what we're doing is we're creating all of these additional things that the search engine has to crawl and looking kind of spammy in the meantime, quite frankly. Whereas some of these pages would look fine because they would have lots of different file type creators. This particular one is really suffering from this bad template strategy. And if you have been around SEO for a pretty long time, then you may be thinking, are you recommending PR sculpting right now, Jenny? And no, I absolutely am not. And for those of you who are not aware, this is the theory that when you have 3 links on a page and one of them you follow it, or let's just say it's the same link like we're doing here. Let's say link number 1 and link number 2 were the same. They both link to Adobe Systems Incorporated. You don't actually get to take that link value. I hate the term link juice, but this is a screenshot borrowed from Moz. You don't get to take that link value and cut it into 2/3 instead of 1/3. It doesn't work that way. What you end up doing is actually sending less value to all of the other links that are pointing off of that page. So yeah, no PR sculpting, not a good thing. Sometimes you see a flat architecture that has really good internal linking. Now, this is a screenshot from OnCrawl, which is really my tool of choice to do these types of link audits. But Screaming Frog can get you the same information. Really, any of the crawling tools can get you the same information, but I just like the way OnCrawl visualizes it. So as you can see here, this site has a pretty flat architecture. Everything is pretty much at level 2 or 3. But when you look at a diagram of how all of these pages are linked together, you can see that it's much more effective than you would usually see with a flat architecture like this. And here's how it kind of lays out in that bar graph. You could see all of these different groups. And again, I'm looking at the groups now rather than the depth. But all of these different groups have different amounts of linking pointing to them. If you were to look at a word cloud diagram for this site, you would see these keywords: warehouse, e-commerce, 3PL, Amazon fulfillment. About, apparently. So that's something we might want to take a look at as kind of a troubleshooting or identification of an opportunity for optimization. But internal linking really does work. If you're looking at your SEO sessions lined up with your internal link value, then you should see a diagram a little bit like this one, where your sessions that are in the higher range on a monthly basis or a daily basis, just depending on what you're looking at, are also the ones that you're seeing a lot of in-rank for. But how can we use this in an actionable way? This client that I was just showing you is one of my clients that provides a drop shipping service. It's a little bit more than that. They do warehousing, they do 3PL, they do all of these different services. For those of you who don't know, Amazon has slowed down their delivery. I don't know if that's worldwide or if it's just here in the United States where I'm located, but they've slowed down their delivery so that they're trying to optimize delivery for essential goods, things like food and masks and health and beauty aids and that sort of thing, things that people really need. Which means that a lot of these smaller shops that use Amazon FBA, which is Fulfillment by Amazon, are seeing that it's taking a really long time to get their products to their customers. So my client came to me and said, hey, we really want to do better on keywords like alternative to Amazon FBA. Because this is an opportunity for us to get more traffic to our site. So we took a look and saw that the average in rank, and that's OnCrawl's terminology, but basically we saw that there was a little bit of an off balance here, that our 10 to 99 sessions per term had a higher in rank than the higher level of sessions. So we're going to look at that one, and when we peek into that in a little bit more detail, we could see that there are basically 3 pages on the site that have some reference to selling on Amazon or Amazon FBA. And this one here at the top that I've highlighted in red, the Amazon fulfillment alternative, is definitely the most powerful one of those 3. So what I recommended to the client is use this existing page, consider consolidating that 3rd page into it so that you're not really creating that internal competition, and add a link somewhere else to the how to sell page so that you're creating a situation where you're using that in rank value to really optimize the best that you can for that keyword. Now, be cautious of the link power element, because there are going to be some cases in which you see a high in rank for a low in rank for a high number of sessions. Now, that can be really kind of off-putting and say, okay, why would that happen? And again, if we look into it in more detail, we can see that this post has a really high in rank, but not, or has a really low overall in rank, but not a lot of links within the site. And it's creating a lot of traffic. So what we looked at was we saw that that link power that Kevin Indig talks about, where we take the external link value and add it to the internal link value, was a reason that this page is doing so well. It was a featured post in the past. We had some really great inbound links to it. So even though the actual rank value of this page is a little bit lower, it's got a really big opportunity to transfer that link power throughout the site to other pages. Now, this is kind of a way to dig in and get some optimization opportunities or solve a specific problem, but there's also ways to troubleshoot with internal linking. So if you're doing an audit, you might look at the force directed crawl in Screaming Frog, in which case, in this particular case, we're looking at that attorney site again, and you can see verdict settlements has an awful lot of red in there. Now that typically indicates either a 404 or a redirect or some other reason that that page is not indexable, maybe a canonical or something. So there's definitely some things there that we need to clean up in terms of improving that crawl budget. We see some in the blog as well. I would zero in on these ones over here on the right, these two that I've marked here, to say, okay, what are these? Because clearly they're kind of what we would call in the United States a cul-de-sac experience, so kind of a dead end. And then the other one that I would say to look at is the sitemap, because the sitemap has obviously one bad link in it that we can see, and then also there's that weird little one that's sitting out to the side. So those are all some things that we might want to look at to see if we can fix that. Another one you can look at is the directory tree graph. And I mean, I had to shrink it super small to get it to fit on the page, but then I've highlighted an area and kind of blown that up to show you. The obvious errors are things like that, back injury page that's got the red next to it. That's a problem. Again, maybe a 404, maybe a canonical, who knows. But what I find interesting about this particular look is that if you look at the directory tree graph and you see that kind of dark line points to this section, that's dark because the majority of the links are pointing to that section. So I would say to the client, is this really the most important stuff on your site? The glossary and the scholarship program? Like, maybe not so much. So something to think about there. Another way looking at this same graph is to look at this Lyft Uber accident lawyer thing we got going on here. And then we've got the Uber-Lyft showing as a red. Clearly this is something that the attorney has probably added in the last little bit, because we see that rideshare safety COVID-19 there. But by adding it kind of outside of the rest of the structure, he's really doing himself a disservice, because now it's just kind of this, again, dead end experience that isn't really well connected to the rest of the site. And then a final way to troubleshoot with internal linking using Screaming Frog is to look at this directory tree graph and see there's something down there all the way on the bottom that's just kind of sitting off by itself. And we could see, oh, look at that. It's a CSS style page. It's a, it's a CSS definition page. New service page. There's something here happening. There's something that's visible to search that probably shouldn't be, and that style.css may be a CSS file that we're loading that we don't actually need to be loading, which could then have a positive impact on site speed as well. So just some things to look at. If you use OnCrawl, you can look at it in a couple of other ways. You can look at page groups by depth and seek pages that aren't getting enough link power from other parts of the site, and no love for those pages. And a lot of these deeper pages, the ones that I've highlighted there in navy, are the physicians pages. So now we're looking at a hospital site, and these are the physicians pages. Now the physicians, there's like 3,000 physicians within this system, so we obviously can't link directly to all of them, but we noticed one in particular was really in bad shape. This particular page was not getting any love from the rest of the site. And it turns out this doctor, Dr. West, is a super well-reviewed doctor. She's got a 4.9 on Google reviews. So we went and looked at the internal medicine treatment page to see why she was left off of it, and found an actual error in the template that was only taking 5 physicians from each category instead of showing all of them. So little things like that, using your internal linking can really identify those issues. Another way to troubleshoot is to look at active pages. So where are the pages that are in the structure but aren't getting any traffic? And when we look at that, now there's a lot of pages showing here. And one of the things that I like to do when I'm using OnCrawl in particular is to add an additional filter to this report that then gives me the SEO active pages that are indexable, because it will show you everything that is canonical or redirected or anything like that, in addition to showing you the indexable pages. But when I cut it down to just the indexable pages, I found a couple of things that I can go back to my client and say, okay, we got some issues here. So we had a canonical problem with the events that I thought was fixed, but then when I went in and did the troubleshooting through OnCrawl, I noticed, oh, guess what? It's not fixed. It's still a problem. So we'll have to fix that. And then another one is that they've added this non-discrimination notice in Russian, Arabic, French, Spanish, I mean, in like 30 different languages. So this is just a subset of the total links that I was showing in that report. So that's another opportunity to say, let's either set this to no index or use hreflang since it's in different languages. But at any rate, it's something that we probably ought to address, because we don't want a lot of pages internally that are not getting a lot of traffic to be showing up in the structure. It's just not a good system of being. You want all of your pages to be getting at least a little traffic. So don't want these ones that are getting 0 sessions. So takeaways, and I've tried really hard to catch us up here a little bit. Internal links can have a positive or negative impact in a lot of ways that we've talked about, but ultimately all of these could impact rankings. So something to think about. Make sure that you're considering your internal links, that you're using those troubleshooting opportunities when you're doing audits. And I will go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Had one question come through from the chat from Martin Woods. As you pointed out, clearly internal linking optimization can depend somewhat from strong architecture. What do you think the chance of getting this correct by Chase for Tech SEO as opposed to planning it?
Oh, yeah, I think I see what he's saying. Yeah, if you've inherited a site that's got an abysmal structure, then there may not be a whole lot you can do, and you'd probably do more damage than good by taking it and redirecting everything to create a better structure. But if you have the opportunity to develop a structure either with new stuff that you're doing, or if you're replatforming or migrating the site to another domain or anything like that, if you're going to have to do a ton of redirects anyway, then you should definitely consider that. But if you've just inherited it, then just use your internal linking to create that structure. So like the first example I showed, actually, the shipping site, they have a very flat architecture. Everything is at level 2 and 3, almost everything on the site. But because they've done a really stellar job of internal linking and developing that structure from the links, it doesn't matter as much that, well, it actually doesn't matter at all that the subdirectory structure doesn't have any rhyme or reason.
That is a very thorough answer. Jenny, thank you very much for your time and for joining us. I appreciate you also here kind of in the webinar beforehand as well. Thank you very much, for giving it your time and a great talk.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. So moving on to our last 3 speakers, our next person is going to be talking about SEO on the Jamstack, which obviously Jamstack SEO, headless CMSs, are moving away from the model we're probably more accustomed to newer models, is becoming more of a norm. So I'd like to introduce Scott Mathson from Netlify. Good afternoon, Scott.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear, Scott.
Awesome. Oh, I was trying to do video, but it said I'm unable to. Try that again there. Gotcha. Well, we'll opt out of video. Can you see my screen share?
Yep, can see the screen fine. Apologies for video. It's been playing up a little bit tonight.
Yeah, no worries. Let me go back a screen. Awesome. All right, yeah, I'm gonna hop in then. I appreciate, first off, thanks Dan and everyone else at SALT for the invite here. I'm gonna do kind of a 50-50, half slideshow, half like a live demo. So we'll dig into the slideshow. I hope everyone's doing well. Let's go next. I guess we just click it. Cool. So yeah, who am I? I am Senior Web Strategy Manager at Netlify. Put some other places I've been here on the right. Prior to this, I was with Auth0 and then Onyx. I have my own agency and some other side projects. I've been working on the web for over a decade here. And I do consulting with others in primarily like the developer tools space, like Puppet, DevOps, and other SaaS platforms. But it's kind of funny. I heard this term recently. It's hard to place this hybrid skill set in a box, but I heard specializing generalist as a term, which I think I'm going to start adopting more. So yeah, and if you're unfamiliar with the Jamstack static sites, what that is, I'll just kind of brief through a little overview here, some of the benefits, and of course, obviously, we'll go into that demo and showcase deploying the static site within minutes to Netlify. Some advantages of going static and utilizing the Jamstack, which the term JAM stack, we'll get into that as well. But speed and performance is top. Instead of, you're moving away from your dynamic, traditional, typically bloated website solutions and just serving straight HTML. It's lightweight, it's fast, it's more secure. There's a lot less surface area, so it's less susceptible to attacks. And the scale and maintainability of it, both from scale in terms of handling traffic spikes, et cetera, as well as maintainability with developer workflow and experience. with CI and CD is just, it's really unmatched. Legacy web stack may look something like this, where it's pretty complex to essentially get the site up to the browser with infrastructure and server management, databases, load balancers, CDN mixed in. Whereas the Jamstack is really just this decoupled approach, where ADN is a term we use at Netlify for application delivery network. And yeah, I mean, serverless, you may hear the term in the Jamstack world of serverless. And of course there is servers. It's just, it offloads this infrastructure management into a platform as a service offering like we have. So getting sites up is super fast. And again, that security aspect of you're just using a CDN or ADN in between the other functionality and pushing it up to the browser. Some more on the benefits. Again, speed, developer experience. Yeah. And just kind of moving right along into that, the demo side of things. I've put together a practical resource on GitHub that anyone interested can grab, and we'll get to that in a bit. If you just hit my domain, scottmathson.com/VirtuaCon, that will redirect to that GitHub repo. Yeah, but let's look a little further. So some more Jamstack building blocks, and what we're going to focus on today is strictly one piece here of Jekyll. But essentially, you can utilize headless CMSs, and in place, a microsite that we manage at Netlify, headlesscms.org, is a good resource to check out if you're not familiar with implementing those. We do also have Netlify CMS, which is open source on GitHub. But in my past, I've used Contentful at Auth0. It was quite a large marketing team, over 100 folks. And so product marketing and folks that weren't, quite as familiar with utilizing text editors, coding, etc. We spun up a really awesome instance of Contentful that was fully optimized, and a bunch of different meta tags and fields, which we'll get into here in a bit. I'll showcase some of what we can see on the front end. Yeah, so whether or not you use a headless CMS, whether or not you bake in functionality of using APIs like Stripe for payment management, or other popular ones, is essentially up to you. When utilizing the Jamstack, the opportunities are honestly quite endless. You can also pull in like frameworks like Angular, Vue, React, SPAs, single page app frameworks, and things of that nature. And they're all going to go into the static site generator of your choice. Again, I'm quite, I don't know, just maybe it's familiarity, but kind of biased towards Jekyll. I really do like using Jekyll. At Netlify, we're using Hugo. But a bit of a teaser is we're exploring some things on Vue, and given that the creator of 11D just joined the marketing team, we're spinning up some cool things there to come. But yeah, after the SSG does its work, you can host at a place like Netlify or Cloudflare, GitHub pages, quite a few different options. I'll try to be fairly agnostic within this, not trying to give a sales pitch. The only sales pitch I try to give is that you really should be using the Jamstack in static sites. Let's see if I can go next. Whoops. So let's dig into what I've created, which again, you can just hit scottmathson.com/VirtuaCon if you want to look kind of live in tandem here. This is the repository. And again, it's a Jekyll site. I'm going to pull it up locally here and kind of show a few things from it. I do have the README, which goes through if you want to install, and then if you want to deploy for yourself, some different steps, which of course is in Markdown. You look over here and it's a little prettier. things like a deploy to Netlify button. Yeah, so I'm going to start Jekyll served by serving this locally, so we can look at a few things and what this boilerplate does. Make sure we're rolling. Yep. And again, these instructions, if you're not familiar with Bundler, Jekyll or any of this is included in the README. And I will note this too as well, that for those folks maybe not, doing web development, etc., this deploy to Netlify option here is quite quick. You do need a GitHub account or GitLab or Bitbucket. Yeah, and it's really a fast couple minute setup to get going, and you can get you can utilize your own domain, or you can just mess around with this template that I'm providing and get a .netlify.app kind of staging domain. But let's dig into what we put together in this template boilerplate. So this is the config file. It's in YAML of a Jekyll site. And we're declaring some things at the top. Just kind of these like site title, description, etc., some publisher pieces, which will map to schema that I'll show you in a second. So if you do utilize this, and especially if you're going to utilize something like this in production, be sure to replace these items, example.com, etc. And again, in this checklist, I put that in there because, yeah, we don't want to have you shipping something to production where it's actually broken. But so use this at your leisure. Just make sure that you go through this config at the very least, update to your information, your Google tracking, UA tracking ID, as well as a couple spots here if you choose to use Google Tag Manager and here, so that you actually put your container ID in there. But pulling this up, there's not much to, I didn't put too much content on this, but let's see how this maps out. So this is the index HTML page we're looking at over here. And it has front matter. This is common, and this is essentially how a Jekyll page comes together. Is you declare a layout, you have title, and then I'll go into this concept that I do here that we've done at scale at Auth0, implementing this across Netlify now, which is, there is a title which maybe you'll show on the front end, but then there's this meta title field which will show and map to the head files. And then similarly with description, there's the option for meta description you can include. And if you make a modification, I'm not going to do anything now, but May 15th, you can update this so that this will then map to the sitemap, set a priority, etc. Again, looking at, and if here's some classes that you may not be familiar with. I'm using tachyons for a CSS framework. Of course, there's not a whole lot of styling to this, but I pulled in normalize and then tachyons. And these are just some unique classes to that. NW9, for example, is minimum width 9, and it sets, just different things of that nature. So going beyond this index, well, actually staying on the index for a minute, let's dig in. So we have title, meta title, description. So I'm going to look at the source code for this here. And let's see where these map out. So the titles are the same at this current moment, but we're doing this locally, so I can make an update here. Let's just randomly put this. We're not optimizing for a real production site, but you'll see that in this update, in this save, what the page layout looks like going into that is it essentially, it's again, static Jamstack sites just spit out HTML templates. So this include variable, which this syntax is called liquid. That was created by Shopify, maintained by them, and Jekyll pulls liquid into it. So we include the head file before the body. So let's look at the head. Let's see what we have going on here. These are the if statements. Liquid, again, I would explore that and you can see what possibilities you have. But what I do as a fallback is, of course, I don't want to just put, you know, page title, because if there is a meta title, we want to show that first. If there's not, we'll show the page title. If somebody totally forgot to set a title altogether, then we'll default to that site title right there. And then I do hyphenate site title at the end of this, unless the site title is within the page title. And these site variables, the page variables are quite obvious. This being the index page, so page.title, page.metatitle. The site variables come from the config, so site.title, site.description. Sorry, Zoom's getting in my way. Let me pull this up. There we go. The little Zoom screen sharing bar. Yeah, so you can see digging into that. That's how that title is set. Now we saved -VirtuaCon here. So that's updated there. And it maps to going throughout. I similarly check on Open Graph and Twitter and other metadata that if the page includes a meta title, let's show that first. If it doesn't, show the title, etc. Same with description, meta description, as well as. And so this template really is a search-focused, search-optimized template that you could start and utilize for a simple portfolio site, or fully customize and make, you know, into something really unique, your own blog, or as we'll look to in a second, this is a good boilerplate or kind of skeleton for even a company blog like we had at Auth0, which was Jekyll. But within the head, on the page, so head comes from the page layout, post, which we'll get to in a second, and I have something commented out I wanted to show live, has a bit different of a head. The only difference in this file is that we pull in blog posting versus just the web page schema. But going back to this, and we're kind of getting towards the end of the structure, and I'll dig into a bit more. So we include this file, which essentially does the same thing, where with that liquid templating again, look for a meta title, or else show a page title, look for a description, or else or a meta description, or else show a description, on and on. Publisher comes from that config file, the site variables, publisher name, bouncing back again, you know, another reason to update with your relevant info. I just put my agency name in there. So then that maps out to the front here. No need to give it a refresh. I don't know why I did that, just have it. We have, let's look. So we have the meta title from index showcasing there. We have it as well in the Open Graph and Twitter. In the head file, I could, you know, it could be said to, if you download this, you could rip this site title out, because that's just duplicating there at this point. But what I wanted to showcase was this JSON implementation of schema.org. So for the web page schema, what we looked at that's included, again, this is all automated in the sense that it's not a per page schema you're setting. It's just that, hey, if the page is set up and you have things within the front matter like title, meta title, you have things in the config like publisher, this is what we're going to show. So we'll go to the blog page. Same goes here. You can see similar metadata there. Looking at the blog template. Again, very basic pages. I didn't spend a lot of time putting a bunch of content on here, just solely for the fact that this, yeah, is just a skeleton boilerplate to roll with. But yeah, we can see that the, again, it generated, it found the title from this page, the meta title rather, and it set, it's prioritized to show this before this. So yeah, at that point, we then have web page schema, looking at the blog, which is a bit different. The post layout, what I wanted to show you here was just, instead of doing the console here, I'm going to just clear this out. I'm going to save that or uncomment that and save it. So now I'm going to display the schema that is displayed in this head post file. I'll go up to that to show you. Again, similar setup here. Down to the schema includes blog posting.html from up here. Go back to post. So then if I refresh now at the bottom, it's just going to display what what could be happening here. Oh, so given that it's a script tag, it doesn't like that, of course. It's not going to display that. So let me make a quick edit on this, and then we can see what that looks like. Again, I'm going to undo those changes, but there it is, right? Okay, so now on a blog post, for example, in the post structure in Jekyll, we'll check that out in a second, but this Hello World blog post I put together yesterday, it's just lorem ipsum. So let me clear out of this Google Translate prompt. But it's sourcing the main entity of page, web page URL, ID rather, and the page URL. And we dig into blog posting schema type and the headline, description, URL, image, some other things here throughout. So date modified, this is sourced from, and versus date published, sourced from, digging into the post front matter, which is a little more robust than the regular index and blog HTML pages front matter. And so primarily what it's doing here is I set this to be today versus yesterday when I was putting this together, just to showcase and utilize that the date modified will go off of this, as well as within the sitemap. We can look at that quickly. The sitemap showcases this timestamp here. Yeah, and going back to that, rounding that off, I can clear out of this. Like I said, that was the whole point of printing that out on this page. So this is the schema markup for the blog posting. And let me just undo a couple of those changes quickly while we're here. We'll just rip that out altogether. Do not need that. Yeah, so a basic Jekyll site here with the homepage, index, blog, some navigation that will automatically, if we created a new page, the way I set up the nav is that for every page in the site page, unless you have this navigation exclude field, which I did so on index, solely for the fact that it would have duplicated this homepage hard-coded declaration I did up here. So if you do not want something to show and you're utilizing this template, just similarly to the sitemap exclude, like is done in the 404 template, sitemap exclude yes, navigation exclude yes, add those fields and it won't show it up here. And yeah, honestly, if there's any questions regarding utilizing this template altogether, I tried to lay out some resources, so it should be fairly robust and fairly straightforward as to how to get going, what to do. But if there's any specific questions, definitely reach out to me. I wanted to showcase just very quickly how on the Netlify front, we can get this going. Again, that Zoom deal is in the way. So I've done this earlier, and so let me actually quickly delete this site and we'll give it another shot. And for what it's worth, kind of the separation of church and state, if you will, the separation of what we're showing within the metadata, the title, the open graph, etc., versus what we show here. Say here, which is the blog reference. I know I didn't go over this just for the sake of time, briefly look at it. on the /blog page, we're looking, so if you add another post in within posts here, we're looking at for each post within the site, we're going to display that in this kind of reverse chronological list. And we'll show the image that's set for that, the title, not the meta title. And so I'll get to this in 1 second, kind of this in practice on a live production site. But let's go ahead and deploy to Netlify. So what I did, again, you've got this simple deploy to Netlify button here you could roll with. But what I'm doing is hopping into my account, and I went new site from Git, and I found the repository here. And we're going to deploy master branch, which here we are. It's just the one branch I've just been committing to there for this demo. And Jekyll build, yep, looks good. So we'll deploy, and you'll see really within a short amount of time while this is building, I'm going to show a different place you could deploy to. But within a short amount of time, this is going to log out, and it's going to spit out, this is the random subdomain it gave us for this site, which we could go here. If you choose to go this method, you can change the site name. You could add different domains and utilize external DNS provider or Netlify DNS. Yeah, but let's look at this actually before going over to the other deployment option. So we'll let this roll through. What it's doing, I didn't pull many plugins or gems into this boilerplate, but we do have Jekyll paginate in the case that you want to, you start publishing, utilizing this, and you can have like a next page on that blog feed index. You could look into that while this is building actually. And so what that is doing is all the dependencies of Jekyll shown here. It's just, essentially going through those. But let's look at the sitemap actually briefly. There's Jekyll plugin or Jekyll sitemap plugins, but I find it just as easy to hand code my own. And again, it's included here in this resource, but it's going through the different site pages, and unless it has that sitemap exclude front matter that we saw on the 404 page, for example, and unless some other checks and variables are or aren't met, then we'll show. And if the page has a priority, we'll show that, or default to 0.7, which again, I know priority isn't necessarily required within a sitemap, but just try to get things as optimized as possible here. Robots, this is again a place where you'll want to update as I display and write in the README, update to your own domain. So we should be good. Here is the deploy. And so now we have staging link. We're going to get an error in the console. I'll look at that solely for the fact that Google Tag Manager, since I put my container ID as something kind of, the container ID doesn't exist, then we're going to throw that error here. But this is now deployed to a staging link where we could mess around with it, or you could optimize and go live with it. And I know I've been showing a lot on the text editor, the coding front. I'm going to stop this this local instance here. But within GitHub natively here, you could add posts. Well, again, headlesscms.org. So if you're setting up projects for a larger organization and you want to utilize a CMS or things of that nature, you could easily extend static sites to do so. Or honestly, githubs.com, their product, their graphical user interface here, whatever you may want to call it, you can do a lot. I mean, I could create new files, new blog posts, new pages. I could duplicate that page. So you could honestly, and then run them through pull requests, There's even this project board, which is similar to Trello, a lot that natively, even if you don't code, you can do right within GitHub and push a site live. And every time you commit to master, so the ideal scenario, obviously you want to have a couple branches for staging, etc., or some type of CI/CD continuous integration and delivery process, to where, like at Netlify, when somebody opens a pull request for a blog post, it cannot be merged into master until there's at least one approving review, etc. And that's all managed through Netlify settings. You can really do a robust workflow for collaborating with teammates. So I wanted to show, like I said, agnostic setup. So I'm actually going to revert this change later, but I will do quickly deploy this to a subdomain atop my live production domain here. So this is with Cloudflare. I utilize Netlify, of course, for like my agency site and some other sites, but I have not migrated my personal site to that yet. So I'm going to save this CNAME record, and then I'll show you how with Cloudflare, which you can set up a free account here as well, how you can get going with that. So look into Cloudflare and GitHub pages. These are the different records for GitHub pages, and I won't scroll any further beyond that for sake of not revealing any API keys or things of that nature. A new file I'm going to add here is just all caps CNAME. And let's make sure that's all spelled out right. Yep, correct. What change did I make here? Yeah, I made this. Let's undo that. And I could commit this change with the terminal here, but again, I want to showcase another GitHub product that, for folks that maybe aren't familiar with version control or Git, this is called GitHub Desktop Application. And when you make changes locally, if you do choose to pull this down, and I just right-clicked and I added the new file for CNAME, for example, then it's going to track in here. And so I will commit this directly to master. Again, this is just my project repo. We don't need to have staging in different environments set up. So we'll go there, go back here, check things out. And this CNAME should be, there's the new CNAME file. And then within GitHub settings, we'll utilize what's called GitHub pages and use master as the source of truth. And just one sec, it should read the CNAME. Let me utilize it this way, set it up this way. Well, here we go. Okay. It's weird that it's displaying it atop their .github.io. This is a different pages implementation than usually when you commit a CNAME and then set up GitHub pages. But alas, it is live. One change I want to do here, and then we'll look at, well, no, for the sake of time, I won't do that. But if this were you utilizing this, you'd go through and you'd update these various things with taking example.com out and utilizing that. But just to briefly look at, and let me pull up the Zoom actually to double check that, Dan, I believe we're good on time. I forget exactly what time we started, but just ping me if we're going over. So Auth0, where I was prior to Netlify, this is just an example of a Jekyll subdomain. Their blog is is utilizing Jekyll, and it's at scale. It's getting tons of traffic, and yeah, like monthly uniques in the millions. We went through a redesign about 1.5 years ago now. Within the blog, we utilized the meta title and title separation that I showcased earlier. Really an optimized blog and doing quite well. So this would be pulling in title, this would be description, whereas maybe on the blog itself and the metadata, the title would be something longer and more optimized for search. Pro tip on a tool, ctr.tools is amazing for writing click-through optimized title and descriptions. I've utilized that quite a few times. And so, yeah, I mean, we grew this blog from, of course, from that, the different strategies I was showcasing of separating meta title and title, and description and meta description. But as well, we localized and, made sure everything was semantic and good to go in way of, this is a Japanese translated blog post. We have the self-referencing hreflang there, the sitemap, if you dug into that, has XHTML link element pointing to the various versions and translations of that. And similarly, the homepage and marketing, kind of core marketing pages have some localized content there. And briefly looking at the schema implemented for that was, again, just basic web page organization. I will say that after implementing this was one of the first tasks. I came in and I said, oh, there's no schema markup. Let's dig in. Let's get that going before really diving deep into the blog, as well as this fun little catalog here, multiple thousand pages. That's kind of a combo of React, Next.js, and some other frameworks. But one of the first pieces was to implement schema. And after doing so, since Auth0 does not have a Wikipedia page profile yet, it got us into this knowledge panel, knowledge graph. You can see just by looking at the title displayed on page and within the blog index feed, if you went there, we do that separation as well in Netlify. It was one of the first things I did joining. I'm going through and, per post, just optimizing and kind of putting those, like how to migrate or these different relevant keywords or action verbiage to entice and try to get higher click-throughs. And then at the top, I did reference Plink, which is a side project of mine. And this guy isn't quite on the static site generation front. I've essentially done that at scale on my own to where it could be considered the Jamstack model. Absolutely, it's utilizing Cloudflare workers. So on the server side, within milliseconds, as you see this loaded within a second, this is John and Martin, who spoke earlier, their new podcast that they're bringing to market. But server side, this is checking various APIs and then spitting out just a basic HTML response that I'm sure if you went through here, there's no schema. There's some other pieces that, it being a side project of mine could be optimized, but just to showcase the speed factor of something like that. And then if you go to a different page where, again, that was all the request happened server side. So within milliseconds, it sourced all the relevant links for this exact show in Google, etc. And pretty quick response times. Yeah, so I think those are good in the wild references. And again, just scottmathson.com/virtualcon. If you want to grab that Jekyll boilerplate. I did not see a ping or a note yet on time, but I'm going to go ahead and just call it there and say that, yeah, I mean, I really do hope you start and dig into static sites. Don't be daunted. Utilize a headless CMS and you could scale out. Again, a team of 100 folks within marketing at Auth0. We were using Contentful, Jekyll, and seeing, you know, millions of monthly uniques each month on the static Jamstack setup. Reach out to me too if you have any questions, but I'd love to open the YouTube chat and see if there's any questions.
Guys, thank you very much, Scott. There are a few questions which have gone into the YouTube chat from Digitalia, which just because of the interest of time and just because we are running quite hot, if you'd be able to take those to a chat, that'd be much appreciated. But yeah, thank you very much for your time and a great introduction to Jamstack, deploying GitHub and the Jekyll boilerplate, because everybody loves a starting place to kind of get their feet in the ground. So yeah, thank you for that, Scott.
Yeah, most definitely. Thanks again, and hope everyone's doing well. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much, Scott. Now, our next speaker, who has been waiting very patiently because we have run over on a few talks this evening, and Mo, thank you for having the patience for Saint. It is, for me, the next talk, one of the ones I'm more excited about, because those who know me in SEO, I've banged the drum about using serverless computing to basically enact changes on the edge, or edge SEO as we coined it. And I am very pleased to introduce Mo Aboul-Magd from Akamai, who's going to talk to us about serverless computing at the edge, and hopefully a little bit more about Akamai edge workers. Good afternoon, Mo.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear loud and clear. Thank you for joining us.
Awesome. No worries. Excited to be here. And yeah, really excited to be talking to everyone today. Let me just grab the screen share here. Oops. Okay. Sorry, just bear with me as I'm not used to using Zoom, so.
Not a problem. Have you got it down in the bottom, the green?
Yeah, I got it. It was just my Mac settings. All right, there we go. We got it. Can you guys, you able to see my PowerPoint? All right, I will take that as a yes and get started.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Yep, can see it perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Cool. So everyone, thanks for inviting me to this. So just really quick introduction of myself. So my name is Aboul-Magd. I'm a director of product at Akamai. So just a little bit of details about me. So I live in Ottawa, Canada. Akamai's got a ton of offices all around the world. One of them is a cool dev center that is in Ottawa. I am a very avid Toronto Raptors fan, and 2019 was probably the best year of my life when we finally won the championship after 25 years, which was amazing. I am not a great golfer, but I have made it a priority to try to get a lot better, and I'm pretty excited for some of these to be able to get out there and enjoy some of the weather eventually, and start golfing and improve my game. So what we want to do is, where's my mouse? There we go. So we're here to talk about serverless computing at the edge. And what I thought would be the best way to do this is through an example. And this example is basically going to be a frozen yogurt shop. So this is a fictitious frozen yogurt shop, which I've created. It is really awesome. We've got a lot of really amazing flavors. We have locations all around the world. And obviously we've got a really great e-commerce site that you guys can see here on the screen. And one new thing that we want to do after having this frozen yogurt shop business up for a few years is really want to revamp the site. And a reason for that is we want to deliver a more personalized experience for our users. Give our users a personalized experience based off the location that they're in. Now, in order to do that, one of the things that I've done is I'm going to create a new beta version of the site. And that beta version is going to change the hero image depending on where the user is located. And one of the added layers of challenges that we want to do is making sure that we send all of our customers or potential customers to this new beta site without impacting SEO, because our site has been up for a long time. We've got some really great SEO rankings, and we don't really want to impact that. So we're going to kind of go through, talk about all the different options that we have to be able to do that, and eventually get to how Akamai's edge workers can enable us to do that in a really cool and seamless way. So I've really got kind of a couple options to be able to, where I can utilize to figure out like where I can put my personalization logic, or some of this logic that's going to do the stuff that I just mentioned. And let's pretend that little JavaScript icon up there is my logic. So there's a couple options for where I can implement this logic. So the first is I put this logic on the server side. Well, by doing that, I can make sure that all of my users, who are coming in on different devices have really great experiences and consistent experiences, but there's some downsides to it as well. Some of the main downsides are added latency. So because all my users are going to have to go back to origin, depending on where the user is from the origin, there's going to be a lot of latency added to them. It's going to introduce a bunch of unnecessary network hops. And it's also going to reduce my offload as well. Because I'm sending all of that traffic back to the origin, that basically means that I'm going to have to scale up my origin infrastructure, especially during peak demand, like during the summer. I'm going to have to scale it up even more. And that's not really something that I want to do. So let's go back to our personalization logic. And the other option that I have is I can put all of this logic out onto the client. Now, if it's out on the client, now latency kind of becomes a little bit less of an issue, but there's issues in doing it over here as well. So some of these issues are an inconsistent user experience. There's a wide proliferation of devices out there. All of them have different kinds of power levels, different kind of battery, memory levels as well. So not all of my users are going to get a really great experience. Over downloading of bytes as well. I want to personalize the image that I end up sending to my users, and I really don't want everybody to be downloading all the possible images and only displaying one of those. It's going to impact performance, going to eat away at network cost, at bandwidth that my users have. But kind of putting my logic on the client as well, I'm more vulnerable to malicious actors who want to go in, change the experience, or just do something else. Now, one of the interesting things is we've actually solved a similar problem to this in the past. So Akamai's kind of solved this problem of delivering consistent low latency experiences about 20 years ago with the introduction of the CDN. So we've got a network right now which is globally distributed. So we've got about 250,000 globally distributed edge servers. Each one of these edge servers are within one network hop of over 90% of the world's internet users. And what that results in is effectively maximum offload, really great performance, and improved security for end users around the world. So a thought kind of came to mind, which is, what if we kind of reuse this exact same CDN footprint to run code? So what if we actually enabled or turned every single one of our edge servers to have the ability to effectively turn every single one of our edge machines into a compute node, right? Where they effectively can now safely deploy JavaScript onto every single one of these servers using Chrome 8 v isolates. Effectively, by doing that, one of the things that we've done is transformed this large CDN footprint into the world's largest low latency serverless compute network. And this is effectively what EdgeWorkers is. So it's a large globally distributed serverless compute network that sits on top of the Akamai CDN. And it's really a new way to drive powerful web experiences by enabling developers to run JavaScript at the edge on top of web traffic. So one thing I want to do is kind of quickly shift back to our previous example, which was I've got this logic that's going to wants to maintain SEO, and it also wants to deliver that personalized experience. We walked through kind of the two examples or the two options that I traditionally had But one of the cool things of introducing edge workers or effectively having serverless compute at the edge is we've now introduced a third option. And that third option is deploying that logic out onto the CDN, onto the edge machines. And what that effectively allows us to do is make sure that our logic now executes at the edge server that's absolutely nearest to the end user. So we kind of solve our latency or performance problem. It's able to auto scale and achieve maximum offloads. Auto scaling from the standpoint of one of those benefits that you get from serverless platforms. Deploy your code once and it automatically runs on all the machines in the network. In terms of maximum offload, it's running on the CDN itself. And it also eliminates that client-side burden that we talked about. So all of the over-downloading problem and ensuring that we're going to have a consistent experience for all of our end users, regardless of where they come in from. So I kind of want to pause really quickly and just dive in a little bit deeper into how edge workers actually works. And it works on an event model. So it works on an event model. So effectively, edge workers allows you to execute code at 4 events. So these events are on client request. So effectively, as the request comes in, before you actually check, before the CDN checks cache, you can execute some JavaScript, some logic written in JavaScript. The second event is on origin request. So that's effectively if the response isn't served from cache, and before we actually go off to the origin, we can execute some logic. On origin response, so when the origin responds with content before actually going back out, we can execute some logic. And then the fourth event that you have access to is on client response. So before the response is sent out to the client, you can execute logic as well. Now, this really makes it pretty easy to be able to customize a lot of the, to be able to customize your logic and just make sure that you're delivering the right experience to your users by leveraging each one of these points or any combination of these events, really. One other thing as well is because this is built on top of the CDN, or it's kind of like that intersection of serverless and the CDN network, edge workers also gives you access to the same information that the CDN has. So this type of information includes stuff like the geolocation, device characteristics. So what kind of device is the user on? How big is that device? What's the pixel density ratio? Stuff like that. And just any other general information about the request as well. And you can use all that information to be able to build the logic that you want to really deliver the right experience to your user. So one thing we're going to do is we're actually going to use some of this information I just mentioned, going back to our frozen yogurt example. And I'm really quickly just going to switch my screen here and share something else. There we go. So just really quickly going back to our example, and if you remember our example, it was we wanted to deliver, we created this cool new beta site, and we wanted to deliver a personalized experience to our users depending on which location that they come in from. So depending on which location the user is in from, we're going to change that hero image to one that's more personalized for their location. And we also didn't want to impact our SEO rankings. So what I've got on the screen is effectively the JavaScript, the edge worker JavaScript that's going to be able to do that for us. Now, one thing about edge workers is basically you write all of your logic inside of the main.js file. You have access to the 4 events. You can include any other dependencies that you want. You bundle that thing, you bundle up your code, and then you push it out onto the Akamai network. And then within minutes, your code is running on all of those servers that we had mentioned earlier. So if we take a look at our code here, just really quickly kind of walking through how we were able to achieve this use case. Up here, you'll notice that we're defining the country top level domain mapping. In here, we've got a map that contains our personalized hero image based on the location. So for example, if I'm coming in from Canada, I'm going to change the hero image to be of strawberry frozen yogurt. If I'm coming in from Great Britain, it'll be chocolate frozen yogurt. If I'm coming in from the US, it'll be vanilla frozen yogurt. Now, in this case, I'm only going to be triggering my codes to be running on a single event. That's really all I need for my use case. And that single event is going to be on client request. You'll notice here that I have access to this request object. this request object effectively has all of the information that's associated with the request that I can start to do things to. So an example of something I have access to is the host. So in this case, I'm breaking out my subdomain and my domain from that request. I'm figuring out here where my top level domain is based on the request country of origin. So I mentioned earlier that one of the benefits of edge workers is you do have access to the geolocation of the end user, so you can start to do some cool things with them. In this case, we're pulling out where the user is actually located and then going to be changing the top level domain based off the user's location. Here, I'm also going to be using that same user location to be able to figure out which hero image I want to send down to the user. And I've got a couple if statements here to make sure that if any of that is undefined or I run into a problem, I've got some defaults. Here I'm building up my new domain and then going to be, which effectively is going to redirect my user out to my new beta site, so I can maintain my SEO rankings and I don't do any negative impact to that. I'm going to be able to rebuild this entire thing and redirect my user entirely using edge workers. And then finally, at the end, we're going to send back a response to the client that's got information on the new location and then also on the hero image that's going to be displayed to the end user. So pretty simple to write, not a lot of code to write, and is able to achieve that really great use case that we talked about, all entirely on the edge. So just quickly go back here to my PowerPoint, and I want to show you guys some of the benefits. So we've kind of written our edge worker. It's got the logic to be able to solve our use case, which is really awesome. Let's take a look at some of the benefits, because there obviously are a bunch of serverless platforms out there that can be utilized. Now, one of the great things is that there's really kind of two main benefits in being able to run this logic at origin versus doing it at the edge. So in this example, let's pretend that my origin is running in US East. And here's a map that we've kind of very quickly put together that shows you what the end user latency or the end user performance is going to be for users around the world. Now, it's obvious to see here that the further my user is from the origin, the bigger the performance is going to be because of all the added latency that's involved. Now, if we flip to kind of see what the scenario looks like when you're running that same code at edge workers on Akamai's edge worker platform, instead of actually running it at origin, you kind of see two big benefits that come up out of the gate. The first is that the performance is a lot better. And the reason for that is, remember earlier we talked about that every single one of those machines that's running in this really globally distributed network that sits one hop away from about 90% of the users globally, every single one of those is executing our function. And they're executing our function, and it's the machine that's closest to the end user that's executing our function. That's why we're able to get a lot of great performance. So for example, my user who's coming in from Australia, who wants to go and check out my yogurt shop at my frozen yogurt shop in Australia, that function is going to execute it and it's served in Australia. And the same thing kind of happens for a user who's coming in from Brazil, for instance. Instead of going all the way back to my origin in US East to have that function execute and then get the page come back to them, it's instead going to be happening in Brazil, which is right where they are. The second big benefit, so that was one, but the second big benefit is really consistency as well. So again, because the platform is really globally distributed, you start to see a lot of consistency in terms of the latency that the end users get to see, which is a really cool thing to see, especially as we start to scale up our frozen yogurt shop and really try to go global. So I just really quickly kind of went through an example there of personalization and being able to use redirects to be to maintain SEO rankings and not have negative impacts on SEO. That's really only one of the cool examples or of the cool use cases that can be built using serverless computing at the edge. There's a ton more out there. I've got a really short list that's out here as well that I've listed here on the screen. Anything from filtering bot traffic at the edge so you don't have to deal with it going back to origin, cookie and header manipulation, authentication, so doing things like JWT authentication at the edge as opposed to having to do it at origin or at your API gateway, A/B testing as well, dynamic content assembly, API orchestration, all sorts of use cases that you can leverage rather than kind of doing them at origin, which make a lot of sense to push out at the edge to get those benefits that we talked about performance, scalability, and just a consistent user experience. So one thing that we're really, really focused on is trying to make it as easy as possible to figure out like what those use cases are. So we've got a collection of the use cases I have on the screen here and more at our GitHub repo. So just encourage everyone to scan the QR code. It'll take you straight to our GitHub repo. We've got a bunch of these examples to kind of either get you inspired or to get to help you get started with building out your own use cases. And then another thing as well that we've been really working on pretty heavily is providing like a lot of the supporting tools. So one of the big key ones is TypeScript support. So full TypeScript support as well, just to make it easier. Make it easier as you start to develop your JavaScript, your edge worker functions. So if you check out the QR code here, it'll take you straight to our NPM page where you can download the TypeScript NPM. With that, kind of going to close on, if you do want to learn more about edge workers and just serverless computing at the edge, head over to developer.akamai.com. It's got a ton of great information about how to sign up for utilizing it, some other examples on kind of dives deeper into redirect, into how do you use edge workers for the SEO use case, and a bunch of other use cases as well. And with that, thanks everybody.
Thank you very much, Mo. That was awesome. That was a great talk. I mean, I'm going to find anything about doing SEO servicely awesome, truth be absolutely told. But yeah, that was really good and inspiring. And I've not had any questions come through from the comments, but what would be really awesome as well is if we could potentially, if you could send us some of those like live code examples, we can just include it along with video, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. And yeah, I agree that Toronto Raptors did extremely well in that time. I imagine you're still going to be talking about that when you're 45.
And beyond.
It's going to be the new modern day Chicago Cubs.
Exactly.
Well, no, thank you very much for your time to come and talk to us about this, and for Akamai to, I'll come down and just talk to an SEO conference around it. No, that was great. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. So that brings us on to our last but not least speaker of the evening, who on the original scheduling was going to be earlier, but we had to move things around. So it is my great pleasure to introduce to everybody Niki Mosier, who some of you might recognize from some Mars Whiteboard Friday videos and just generally doing some good content around the internet. Good afternoon, Niki.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Dan.
No worries. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate Slate. I appreciate we've run hot. You've been a star. So I won't take up any much more time. People have heard my voice enough. I'm going to hand over to you.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks. Let me share my screen. There we go. And do you want me to turn my video on, or are we good?
Totally your call. No one else has today, so it's up to you.
Cool. All right, we're good then. I'm fine with that. All right, let's turn on presenter view. All right, let's dive into this. So, like Dan said, I'm Niki Mosier. I am the SEO practice lead, actually the head of SEO at 2 Octobers. We're a digital marketing agency in Denver, Colorado. I'm one of those strange SEOs that really likes technical and local SEO, just kind of have an affinity to both. And I am a dog lover. Got my dog and my sister's dog here right now. So if you happen to hear a baby or a dog in the background, that's what's going on. And today I wanted to talk about SEO hacks for managing multiple clients. So I'm not totally sure about who we've got on the stream today, but I am full on in agency life. I've been at agencies for just over 10 years. And one of the things that comes with agency life, obviously, is managing multiple clients, which can definitely bring its own set of challenges. I think a lot of these tips might be helpful for people that maybe are freelance or consulting and have multiple clients, or have just a lot of irons in the fire if you're in-house. So hopefully, no matter what your situation is, you'll find some of these things helpful to you. So diving in, like I said, managing multiple clients can definitely feel a little bit like this, especially if your agency side or even if you work for yourself, managing multiple clients can definitely have you being pulled in all kinds of directions. Definitely as marketers, we have a ton of tools at our disposal, and I think we should really figure out how we can best use those. So today I'm going to talk you through some of my favorite tools and processes and how I have kind of tried to come up with some hacks for managing multiple clients and make it a little less hair pulling. So diving in, I think one of the most important things about managing multiple clients, and any time we have a lot on our plate, is obviously prioritizing. And when it comes to prioritizing what's on our plate, I think we need to take a look at the priority of the item, the impact, and the resources needed. So how high of a priority is the item? An example would be if you discovered you had a lot of indexed duplicate content during a content audit that you've done, this could definitely be negatively impacting your organic traffic and volume, or your organic traffic and visibility. And the impact could potentially be great, and the resources needed to implement that should be pretty low. You should be able to figure out how to take care of duplicate content without needing a lot of heavy lifting from a developer or a lot of time investment. So it's kind of how the priority impact resources needed model can be taken into consideration. Another example would be page speed. If you notice that the page speed on your site is really bad, especially on some high conversion pages, but you know that's going to take your developer a long time to fix, it might be a good idea to have the developer focus on those pages while you or someone on your team works on something a little less technical, like maybe writing meta descriptions or something like that. So figuring out how each scenario fits into a priority impact resources needed model. Another thing that's really helpful as far as prioritizing is using some sort of worksheet to help lay out the tasks. This particular worksheet, Brittany Miller, the senior SEO scientist at Moz, shared this worksheet in a Moz blog post a couple of years ago, but I find myself going back to it quite frequently in presentations, and I've actually created an iteration of it for our own clients, but it's really great in helping kind of lay out that impact, that time involvement, what goal a task is related to. I think that really helps in prioritizing tasks for clients is how does something relate to a specific goal? And then who are the stakeholders and what are the requirements needed to actually get that task implemented? And having this sort of organization, I think, can really help in keeping you on track and keeping things in perspective when trying to prioritize workload, especially for multiple clients. Another tab in this spreadsheet, and I can make sure that we share out a link to the spreadsheet when we're done too. But this helps kind of visualize things a little differently in regards to a specific KPI. So the specific KPI or goal for the specific project is to improve the product page conversion rate. So what are the high impact, medium impact, and low impact items needed to potentially improve the product page conversion rate, keeping track of a timeline for those items, and just kind of a different way to keep things organized. I think kind of having different ways to keep things organized, I think definitely is a good idea, especially because everybody works a little differently. So having multiple ways to think about the same situation can definitely be helpful. Another thing that's super helpful in managing multiple clients and any kind of work is project management. When it comes to project management, I think planning is key. One thing I got in the habit of doing when I started agency life was making a to-do list the day before. So before I quit working, it used to be before I leave the office, now I'm working from home for the foreseeable future, but making a to-do list of at least 2 or 3 things that I know I have to get done the next day. One, helps me hit the ground running the next day when I get into the office, and 2, really helps me to kind of brain dump and not maybe take some of those things home with me and be thinking about, oh shoot, I need to remember to do X, Y, and Z tomorrow, when I've already wrote down hopefully X, Y, and Z before I've stopped working for the day. Something that helps facilitate that to-do list for each day is if I set goals the day before. I found this really great productivity planner. One of my coworkers recommended it, and it's literally called Productivity Planner. If you look it up on Amazon, this is a shot from one of my day's work, but it uses the Pomodoro technique, which is blocking out chunks of time that you're set time to work on something. That you say you're going to spend 25 or 50 minutes on something, you set a timer and that's how long you work on something. And I've found having this layout really helps hold me accountable and really plan out what I'm going to be doing. Also be realistic with yourself. I know sometimes I tend to, because there's 5 lines on this sheet, I tend to try to make sure I have 5 tasks on this sheet. And sometimes 2 tasks are going to take me all day. So just try to be realistic with the time that you have and the time that you think a project is going to take. So that way you don't end up frustrated when you're like, I didn't get all the things on my list done, when really you've planned 10 things on a day when there's no way you could get more than 2 things done. And another thing that I found to be really helpful is to block out time on my calendar for specific client work time. I tend to get a lot of meetings. I know a lot of people, especially in the agency side, tend to get a lot of meetings thrown your way. So blocking out specific time, that's my time to work on client work for a specific client, I found can be really helpful, and it ensures that I actually get work done for that client each week. This is an example of a project management tool that we use. We use Rike. And so I have dashboards set up for myself, and I've got a lot of different things that I work on. Being the head of SEO, I'm helping out with specific white label clients. I'm helping out with specific practice duties, a lot of different things, client work that I have to do. So this is really helpful for me to have a clear picture of what I have going on and what I need to be working on and what's coming up. There's a lot of project management tools out there that I'm sure people are familiar with. A couple that I've experienced that I think can be really helpful are Asana, Basecamp, Trello, and Rike. Each one obviously has their own pros and cons. I think just kind of if you're not using a project management tool, check them out. A lot of them have free trials, a lot of them are free, and a lot of them integrate with other tools. Like I know SEMrush has a Trello integration, so you can actually send tasks from like a tech audit in SEMrush directly to a Trello dashboard, which is pretty cool. It definitely helps with project management. So figuring out what works best for your team and for your specific situation. One thing that's definitely important in anytime you're managing clients is monitoring. So keeping an eye on data when you're talking about multiple clients, monitoring important metrics and data on a daily, weekly, monthly, whatever your time frame basis can be a lot to handle. I know for me personally, I have about 5 clients. Also, as being the head of SEO, I want to have an eye on how client performance is across the board with all of our SEO clients. So I started trying to figure out how we could monitor, what we needed to monitor, and then how we could monitor that in a more efficient way. So thinking about what to monitor for client performance, monitoring for KPI changes, monitoring for errors, and also trends monitoring were things that were really important to us when it came to monitoring client performance. So one thing that I actually did is I put together in Google Data Studio a client monitoring dashboard. And what this is it's a set list of KPIs that we came up with. We've got metrics from SEMrush that compare each week. And as we can see, Google Data Studio sometimes decides to break, which is awesome. So we've got Google Analytics data here that decided it doesn't want to come in right now. We've got some keyword information coming in from SEMrush. We've got some impression data coming in from Search Console, some query data coming in from Search Console. And then we've also got trend data on a weekly basis. So being able to look week by week at different trends. And what I did is I basically created a dashboard for each of my clients. I use the URL embed option in Google Data Studio, and that way I was able to put all of my clients into one monitoring dashboard, because this client is under a different Google Analytics login than one of my previous clients, so it was going to be hard to create a Google Data Studio report with sharing data sources and all that kind of fun stuff. But the goal is to have every person who touches SEO clients in our agency have their own client monitoring dashboard, and then it's easy for me to take a look or anybody else to take a look at their client monitoring dashboard. When you think about monitoring client performance, one thing that's obviously helpful for me is the monitoring dashboard that I built. And then tools are also super helpful. SEMrush, Ahrefs, and then also Google Search Console and Google Analytics each bring different things to the table as far as monitoring client performance. I think it just comes down to personal preference and efficiency. And for us, I think the monitoring dashboard is going to hopefully help with efficiency. We'll be able to, instead of having to log into SEMrush and Google Analytics and Google Search Console every week to see where things are at, we can see where things are at through that monitoring dashboard. If anything flags us, then we can dive further into the specific area that it's coming from. That's only my first iteration. I'd like to add in some like 404 errors, that sort of thing, coming in from some automated screening frog crawls, but just haven't gotten there yet. Another common thing that can come up when managing any amount of clients is reporting. Obviously, clients want to see what we're working on every month. They want to see some sort of proof that we've done things and some sort of results. So figuring out how to handle reporting at scale can definitely be time consuming. So I think some of the biggest things with reporting, especially at the agency level, that I've found is make it easy to replicate when you have a new client. Make it easy to set up. Part of the way to make it easy to replicate is to automate things. We do our reporting in Google Data Studio. We're starting to do more of our reporting in Google Data Studio. We had been doing it in Google Slides, which makes it easy to replicate, but doing our reports now in Google Data Studio makes it easy to automate. So this is an example of an SEO report in Google Data Studio. We're able to pull the month-over-month metrics in. Man, month-over-month metrics look cruddy right now, thanks to COVID, don't they? Able to look at year-over-year metrics, able to look at specific page metric, page view data, look at keyword tracking. This is coming in from SEMrush, which is super nice. And then I've got a Google Analytics. I've got a tab on that prioritization worksheet. That's a record of the deliverables that I've done for this client. This client just started. So they can see everything that's been completed so far. And then also, so I can actually get rid of this tab, but then also what's upcoming. So figuring out anything that will make work quicker for you. So I'm constantly updating this spreadsheet, and then it's automatically getting pulled into my SEO report every month. Most with the exception of needing to double check that all data sources are working, this report pretty much builds itself every month. And it's super easy to replicate for a new client. I think another important thing with reporting is to tell a story. So when we're talking about metrics, when I go to this slide, this could just say keyword ranking, or instead, what keywords the website is ranking for, how visible is the website. Trying to reword your reporting so that it actually tells a story for the client and is actually beneficial to the client and not just something else that pops into their email inbox once a month. Like I said, Google Data Studio dashboards are super helpful for reporting. SEMrush has some really great report templates and ways that you can automate monthly report templates if you're using SEMrush. And then before Google Data Studio, we were using Google Slides. And that's super easy to replicate, not necessarily automate as much, but definitely replicate, which can be helpful. When it comes to managing multiple clients, obviously having streamlined processes, I think, is really important as far as saving yourself some sanity and saving yourself some time and keeping yourself organized, especially if you have a team of multiple people. Having streamlined processes can definitely make things better and faster and help you be able to scale and serve more clients if you have streamlined processes. When it comes to streamlining client work, one thing that I found really helpful is using checklists. So in Reich, which is our project management system, we have checklists for new clients. So this is what should happen for every new client in the first month that they're with us. We want to make sure we fill out intake forms, get them set up in SEMrush, do the prioritization worksheet, et cetera, et cetera. So every time we get a new client and we create that client folder, people are supposed to go in and create this checklist, recreate this checklist into their client folder. We're working to actually take this one step further and work with some Zapier integrations to, once a client is in our onboarding system, then this would automatically get created and duplicated into the client folder, but right now it has to be done manually. But checklists are really helpful in ensuring that everyone's following the same processes and that important steps aren't getting missed. I know for me, one thing I often forget to do is to make sure that a client's set up and doing webmaster tools and the sitemap is submitted. Not super important. We tend to focus mostly on Google, but it's definitely something we like to do for clients, but something I would forget if I didn't have this checklist. Also, when it comes to streamlining client work, like I mentioned before, automating things can be really helpful. Handling multiple clients on a local level is something I do a lot of, multi-location local SEO clients. So things like uploading Google My Business posts or Google My Business Q&A can be really time consuming if I have a local SEO client with 30 locations. I'm not sure if anyone here is familiar with Noah Lerner and the Agency Automators group, but we recently brought Noah on our team as a product director, and our devs and Noah and the super smart people at the Agency Automators group created this Google My Business post tool for doing Google My Business posts for multiple local SEO clients. It can be really helpful because if you've ever done a Google My Business post, you know there's a lot of steps as far as going into the GMB dashboard. It's been really hard to be able to do it at scale, and their new tool, it makes that really helpful. So you go in, you just open up a new Google Sheet, you go to add-ons and get add-ons. And there's two add-ons that Agency Automators has come up with. They've created the GMB post add-on, and then you just add it on. There's also a GMB Q&A add-on. I'll also find the exact link for it, but they also created a Google My Business Q&A add-on for bulk uploading Q&A, which is another important Google My Business feature for local SEO clients. But this post add-on is great because I can choose any location that I have in this account, and then I can actually put in the post. I can schedule the posts when I want them to go out, and they will actually post for me on a schedule. So if you're doing any sort of client work at scale, even if you're not doing any local client work, then these tools aren't relevant to you. Thinking about any tools that you can find or have someone help you create that helps you do the work that you're doing at scale with automation can definitely make your life a lot easier. So lastly, just a couple takeaways to summarize when it comes to, and this should say takeaways, not monthly reporting, but when it comes to takeaways, thinking about task prioritization, monitoring, reporting, project management, automation, and how you can really streamline your processes. I know that was fast, but it's also the last session of the day. You guys have been super patient and filling your brains with a lot of good information all day. So I was able to give you a little bit of a brain reprieve. If you'd like to follow up with me about anything today, I'll share out this deck. I'll add a couple of those links to the deck before I share it out. I'll share it out on Twitter. You can also find me on LinkedIn. Hit me up on our contact form on the True October's website if you'd like. We're doing a lot of really great content right now. We're doing a lot of workshops. We've got workshops, webinars, online workshops scheduled, all free, scheduled out through at least September. And then we're also, any workshops that we've done prior to right now, we're getting put up on YouTube. So if you're looking for some free great content on anything from analytics to automation, SEO, paid search content, anything, pretty much digital marketing related, or working on building out some really great content. I'll stick around for a few minutes if any questions popped up. Otherwise, thank you guys and have a great weekend. It's Friday.
Thank you very much, Niki. Definitely.
Yeah.
Don't do yourself a disservice. It wasn't a brain reprieve. There was a lot of insights and thought process there. Definitely a strong finish to the end of it. Thank you very much for taking time out and
Yeah, you're welcome.
making time, especially to come and speak to us all today. But no, it was great. There haven't been any questions popping in the chat thus far, but any chats that do come up in the comments or live chat, I will fire over to yourself by email. But no, thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, like I said, I'll get some links added to this, and I'll get this deck shared out on the Twitterverse.
No, thank you very much. So at the moment then, that's thank you to everybody for joining us. Thank you to Niki, Scott, Mo, Jenny, Callum. I'm now going to remember everybody who's spoken today. Martin. Digitally has just asked Niki if there's any plans on sharing any of the Data Studio templates, or if you can steer him in a place where potentially, or them in a place, apologies, where they can potentially find some useful information.
Yeah, I can share a link to these templates as well.
No, it's awesome. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, no, great stuff. Thank you to everybody for being with us on the stream. Thank you again to Niki and all the speakers. We are planning another virtual conference such as this in June again. And until the next time, everybody, thank you very much.